Hello, friends. Hello. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Good morning. Good morning. Just waiting for the little YouTubes to catch up here. Hi, everyone. Happy Saturday. Nice to see you. As I look at the chat, well, we're kind of waiting for things to start up the next couple of minutes. Hi, Deborah. Oh, yes. I'm going to start out with Deborah this morning in just a minute. Something very fun to share that Deborah sent me. Well, actually, she sent Nick. Hi, Rainey and Terry. Hi, Susan, Diane, Jane, Tracy, Joanne, Dandy. Hello, friends. How's everybody today? Happy Saturday. It is the day before Easter. If you celebrate Easter, it should be spring. It's really trying here in Utah. We've got a whole blank show. It's just, it's a mess. If you follow me at all on social media, I was posting earlier in the week from Sunday night until Tuesday morning, I think. Sorry. Sorry. Project Nick had been working on over there that there's a glaring thing wrong with it. Anyhow, we got 2 feet. We got 2 feet from Sunday night to either Tuesday or Wednesday morning. It all blends together now. But it was crazy. And yesterday it was 60 degrees. So 2 feet of snow. And then 2 days later, 60 degrees, which spring here is going to be a little bit of a disaster because we have had like record breaking snowfall. Like most since 1983 was the last year we had a year like this. So much snow this late in the season, and then all of a sudden it gets really warm. So I think we're supposed to be maybe like low 70s next week. So it's gonna be interesting. Hello everyone, happy Saturday. Hi Michelle, good morning, and Paula and Pamela. A couple of you talking about where you're located. I love that because that, in a lot of cases, you guys, well, in not a lot, but in some, you guys will meet here in the chat and then you guys kind of meet up in person. And I love that so much. I just think that is so cool. Hi, Martine. Nice to see you. Oh, Martine. So Martine lives in the Netherlands, just placed her second order. What Martine does is she lets her orders, excuse me, I've got to clean my glasses. Lets her orders add up and then everything ships. And so, yes, customs, you guys, I know sometimes between the distance that things have to travel and then whatever time it takes to go through customs if you're international, I'm so sorry. Some of you joke, like Colleen jokes that her packages like to take a tour of North America. All right, so let's go. Christy, hello, welcome. Hi, Joe Disney fan. Hi, Mandy. Nice to see you from the UK. Yeah, Mandy just placed an order too. Mandy got very clever, right? Mandy, you sent it to somebody in the US, right? Love that. Love that, love that. Okay, friends. Hi, Scrapbook Sister. Yes, happy Saturday, friends. If we haven't met before, welcome to our Saturday listing sessions. My name is Lael Kankar. And I have a business called Lael by Mail. So I have a website that has lots and lots of products on it. I do lots of things with traveler's notebooks, but then mini book kits and all of the fun products that go with all of those things. On Saturdays, we get together here on my YouTube channel when I'm not traveling, and we do what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days before, usually on Thursdays, I will post on my blog our listing topics that we'll be doing on Saturday here. And I give you a link of the things that I'll be using. So some of you follow along with me and list. Some of you do the exact same list. Some of you mix things up a little bit. Maybe one of the lists that I'm doing doesn't apply to you, so you go back to a list from the last 3 years and you pull a different list. Some of you aren't crafting at all. You're doing housework or you're driving or you're working, and some of you are working on other projects, whatever it is. I just love having you. So welcome. This is week 3 of 8 weeks in a row, and that is huge. There is a break here where I am not traveling either for pleasure or for work. And so we're together 8 weeks. So this is week 3 of 8. As you are looking at the calendar, the last week that we will be together before a 2-week break, no, the second to the last week we'll be together. We will be together the first 2 weekends in May 2023. And the very first weekend is a big one. That is known in the crafting community as International Scrapbooking Day. And that is always the first Saturday in May. So you can pretty much mark your calendars every first Saturday in May. Big hoopla here. So we'll do another one of our all-day sessions. We'll do listing. We'll do some memory keeping in a traveler's notebook. We'll do some demos. We'll do all different kinds of things. one very big thing that I will show you on that day is a project that will very near and dear to my heart. I've talked about it a little bit, is the Listing with Lael idea book. That was uploaded to the printer on Monday. Hallelujah. So I am just waiting for my printed proof. So I have requested not an electronic proof, a printed proof as soon as I have the printed proof. And we are certain that we will hit the date. Printer assures me no problem, that it will be available for order, not even pre-order. It will be available for order probably the tail end of that first week in May. And it will start shipping, if it's not that Friday, the 5th of May, then it will be that Monday. So I thought what I'd do, just one little peek I'm going to show you, just one little peek. And before I show you, you have to understand, this is just printed on my printer. So that is not how it will be. Please don't think it's just a bunch of printed pieces of paper. It is bound. It is, I can't remember what it's called. It is, I'll show you, kind of so you get a feel for. It's like this. This is a catalog, but it is like this. So this is not it, but this is a catalog. So it's really nice, heavy cover. Nice, thick, heavy pages, a little bit glossy. And then this is how it's bound, right? So you have, kind of like that. That's an Echo Park catalog, but that will give you probably the closest representation of what it looks like. And it is 8.5 by 11. So you guys, over 300 lists in there, either over 300 or just almost 300. So again, this is just the printed from my printer, my personal printer at home, not the printer. There's the cover, except the cover will go all the way to the edges. You have some limitations on, how you can print at home, but there's the cover. And look at, that is how thick it is. So it is 116 pages. So can't wait to show you, but not today, just a peek. Book bound, thank you, Terry. I guess, is that what it's called, book bound? I never know what things are called. Either it's staple bound, but different than like your regular People magazine. Just know, very high quality. It's not, not knocking People magazine, but that's a magazine that is generally, the inside pages are really flimsy and, because it's just kind of a throwaway. This is not designed to be a throwaway. So, yes, I cannot wait. I'm so excited to share with you guys, and we will take an in-depth look at it. That's one of the things we'll do that first weekend in May. So let me see what else. Oh yes, that was a save the date. So Saturday, May 6th, all day are here. Come and go. It's like an open house. I will be here the full day except for an hour break in between. But come and go, stay for the whole time. Can't make it at all. Watch the replay, whatever it is. Thank you, Terry. Yes, it's a big project. I had to take a couple days this week where I was not productive at all, with the exception of shipping orders, because I was literally dead. It was a good time for Nick to be out of town. So, speaking of Nick is my husband. He was away on a ski trip and he just left the house to go to the doctor because he messed up his knee again. Last time he went on a big ski trip like this to Canada, he tore his ACL. This time he thinks he hyperextended his knee. So when he gets back, we'll know what the outcome is there. A few minutes ago, when I saw Deborah in the comments, I mentioned that I needed to share something that she sent. I originally said me, but really it's for Nick. If you happen to be with me on our last all-day session, which was, I think, the 25th of March, when we were celebrating my 3 and 4 year anniversary, Nick was home, and he specifically was home that day because he could get things as I needed or whatever. And at one point I said, oh my gosh, I need Nick. And I said, do you know what I really need? I need a little bell. So I could just ring the little bell and then Nick would know that I needed something and he would come in. I got a package from Deborah this week. Look at that. Is that not the cutest thing? Okay, of course, squirrel, right? So cute. So I cannot beckon Nick today because he's at the doctor, but believe me, that will come in handy. So when he got back yesterday, I said, guess what, Nick, somebody sent you something. And he goes, they sent me something? And I'm like, well, kind of, right? That's kind of for him, isn't it? Isn't that so fun? That is so fun. I know. Love it, love it, love it. All right, guys, I think, well, let's talk about our winners because we have 2 winners from last week. So let's talk about our winners and then we will flip the camera and get going. Two giveaways from last week. One, well, let me talk about giveaways first. The way that you participate in the giveaways, and this works whether you're watching live or whether you are watching the replay. I want to make sure everybody has a chance for giveaways. So unless it's a crazy all-dayer, none of the giveaways are live. They all take place after the fact, and they take place, you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat if you're watching live, but in a comment on the video when it's over. And then Saturday morning, so that's what I did this morning, I jump over to the chat, or not the chat, excuse me, not the chat. I jump over to the comments that are left on the video, and I just randomly pick two people. Well, however many prizes there were. So last week there were two prizes. First prize, one of my Lail by Mail pencil boards. You'll see me use one of these today. These are used when you are stamping to create a flat surface. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. And that one goes to Jennifer Eldridge. So when you win, I respond to your comment. I reply to your comment and tell you that you win. Super, super, super important. And it says this in the comment. When you win a prize, please, 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 in the subject line, tell me what the prize is. And your comment tells you that, but it makes it so much easier, because if I don't know what your prize is, then I have to go back and go through all the things and try to figure out what the prize was and which one that you won and all that. It's just an extra couple of steps that it can make my life easier. So Jennifer, there you go. You win a pencil board. And the second prize is a big one, big, big, big one. It is my 2023 Year in Review Project Kit. This is a kit that I do every year for About Last Month. So it has everything that you need to do all 12 months for your About Last Month, and then some other fun things, and then the class that goes with it. So that one goes to Ann Lovell. So Ann, congratulations. Ann and Jennifer, congratulations. Okay, friends, I think we're ready. Ready? Let's rotate. Let's spin, spin, spin. Oh, bad face, Gerda. I love it. Yeah. Sometimes, just know, you guys, sometimes you accidentally hit the wrong emoji, right? I'm assuming Gerda seems like a very nice person. In fact, Gerda told me she's just about ready to retire. That's exciting, Gerda. I'm sure Gerda's a very nice person and really didn't mean a sad face. Thank you, Colleen. Always so good about reminding me to plug in my phone. Here we go. Linda May says she loved the grid lines on the pencil board. Yeah, well, when we get to the pencil board, I'll talk a little bit more about that. All right, we're turning the lights on. Terry, we are not on a time limit today. We are not. We have 4 lists to do, but guess what? At least 2 of the lists are single pagers. So that will make, well, I don't know. I say that will make things go a little faster, but who knows? Who knows? You never know with me. I like to talk, so. It's social. Oh, I forgot to put on my never mind. Forgot to put on some shoes. All right, friends. So before we really get going, just one quick reminder. If you would please give the video a thumbs up, I would certainly appreciate that. Any person's video that you're watching on social media, if you give a thumbs up, that's just super helpful. If you're going to take the time to even sit there for, 30 seconds, just so easy for you, just click thumbs up. If you want to leave a comment, that's even better. I mentioned the chat a few minutes ago, but if you are watching live, there is a live chat that takes place. I see it on the right-hand side of my screen, depending on the device that you're on, or if you have your screen, the video itself expanded, you may see it in different places. So if you want to participate in the chat, I'd love to see you and love to have you just pop in and say, hey. One other quick housekeeping item. What's new Wednesday? This coming Wednesday. The plan is to do an in-depth dive in my 6 new stamp sets and also introduce you guys to Christine of Pop Daisy Art, whom I collaborated with in doing the stamps, my latest stamp release. So we'll be doing that on YouTube, and crossing fingers that YouTube's new feature that lets you do that is really what I think it is. And if not, then we'll just come up with another plan. I just need to make sure that I'm just moving things around so we're centered. Hi, Mindy. Nice to see you. You're enjoying the sunshine in Oklahoma. I'm so glad to hear that. I hope everyone is having a fabulous weekend so far. Hi, Pat from Michigan. And weather, oh, I went the wrong way. Weather, I hope, okay, let's go this way. That will be better. There we go. I'm very spatially challenged, so Uh, was going the wrong way there. Hi, Jen. Nice to see you. What time do What's New Wednesdays start? Tracy, they start at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. And I don't always do them if I've got something else going on that's crazy and I can't stop what I'm doing, then we don't have them. Or if I don't necessarily have something new to share. So the best way to know is to hit the subscribe button here on my YouTube channel, and then you know. And I also post about it the day of Wednesday in the Lail by Mail Facebook group and on the Lail by Mail Facebook page. Okay, quick hydration break, and then we'll be ready to roll. Okay. I always like to start us out by looking at our lists from the last week. So if you missed out on last week's lists, then you can have a chance to see them. Yes, 6:30 Pacific time. Hi, Francis. Nice to see you. Hi, Joy. Joy says, it's windy and cold today. Oh, Lail always makes me smile and warms my heart. Thank you, Joy. Thank you very much. Likewise, you guys always make me smile and warm my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here 3 years later. Now we're like 1,112 days later or something. All right, so let's take a look at our 3 lists from last week. The first list that we did was about last month for the month of March. About last month is my way of getting all of the things just documented and do it and get it done and it's over with and you can cross it off your list. So each year I have a new format and a new stamp set that goes with that. So for 2023, this is kind of my format. This changes. So what you see on the right-hand side, obviously the photos change, but the layout of the photos change. That's something that I am doing for 2023. But this side pretty much always looks the same. We're using the stamp set, the 2023 about last month stamp set, and just do my little, my little run-on list here. And then those butterflies at the bottom, oh my goodness, clear stickers from the Brighton collection. Brighton collection is beautiful. I've had it for, I don't know, maybe a month now. These little guys are sold out right now, the clear stickers, but I have them on reorder. So hopefully we'll see them coming in again soon. Thank you, Terry. Terry said that came out amazing. Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, I think it was beautiful. The reason I think these worked so well along the bottom is there were so many different colors in my photo. Sometimes it's hard when you have a lot of different colors. Well, I say photo. This is one photo made up of 12 smaller photos. But sometimes it's hard to make it all kind of mesh together when you have a lot of different colors going on here. So all those different colored butterflies just worked really well to kind of bring that all in together. Yay, Jennifer. Jennifer's here. Jennifer won the pencil board. Yeah, the butterflies are stunning. Hi, brown-eyed girl, Washington State, windy and cold. Beth, rainy Louisiana. Yeah, Easter, any kind of outdoor activities will be iffy. Someone was joking with me that you could have an Easter egg hunt here right now. And if you used white eggs, it would be quite amusing because you wouldn't be able to see them because of the snow. Although the 2 feet that we had on Wednesday morning is now melted down to about 6 inches. It's kind of crazy. Hi, Robin from Arkansas. Ginger said she just received her about last month's stamp. She can't wait to catch up. Wonderful. All right, guys. So here we go with the next one. Oh my goodness, this one was fun. Things that make me smile. And we used the flea market collection. So each time when we're together, in the description box of the video, there's a lot of links in the description box of the video. One of the very first links towards the top is a link to the products I'm using, and that takes you to a page on my website where you see all the things I'm using. Now, today, that link will take you to the things I'm using this week. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I love this. Now, if you go to the things I'm using, you won't see this because that's from last week. This is Flea Market. So Flea Market has been a really fun collection that I've just loved the colors and kind of the whole retro feel. I loved the cameras because if you ever watch the beginning of my videos, I have all those vintage cameras lined up behind me. So I'm going to take a very quick little squirrel moment. Actually, I'm going to answer April's question, and then I'm going to take a quick squirrel moment and talk about the cameras behind me because I've had some questions lately about those. April said, what photo printer did you use for this page? April, I use the Epson PictureMate PM400. It is a fantastic little printer. It's about usually about $250. It prints 5x7s 4x6s and 3.5x5. So it is an amazing printer for the price. It's an amazing printer for the size. I use the Epson Creative Print app on my phone. That app is amazing. I will have a video for that. I promise you no later than mid-May, okay? Promise no later than mid-May because I'm going to be out of town for 2 weeks, so I'm going to get it done before then. But that app, amongst other things, has some pre-configured templates. So this is a pre-configured template where you look at the pre-configured templates if you want to do multiple photos and you say, that's the one I want. And then you just select all your photos from the app and it goes. So it's very, 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 it's very awesome. All right. So yes, this was a very fun list that we put together. And one of the things that we talked about when we were making this list, when I am working with pattern paper in my traveler's notebooks, I work from 6x8 paper pads. And so if you have a 6x8 paper pad and you have a standard wide insert, the standard wide insert is 5 inches wide. So you have to trim a little bit of the paper off, right? So we talked about last week how you could trim a little bit of the paper off and then use it on your opposite page. So whatever I trimmed off here just went right over here. So kind of a fun way to pull the 2 pages together. April, that printer is also linked in the description box of the video. Oh, Colleen, I love it. Okay, Colleen said, suggestion for bullets and more stamps, the dreaded weight scale. There will be a Bullets and More 3 that will come out more towards the end of the year, but we're already coming up with ideas for that. So let me very quickly just, oh boy, where's my other stickies? I'll just use one of these. I just need to get this down, your suggestion. And if others of you have suggestions on the bullet stamp sets, I would love to know what you'd like to see. So a weight scale on Bullets and More 3. Okay, let's see. Marilee said there's something so satisfying about this page. I think this one. The colors are, this one. The colors are gorgeous and the concept, the bar on the right looks so cool. Yeah, so easy because normally we end up throwing whatever we cut off, so we might as well save that. Here's the other thing. Even if you didn't use it on a spread, let's just pretend like this is a 1 page. Look at, those are 2 pieces that I had cut off from other lists. What an easy list. I didn't even have to use any extra paper. I just used the leftovers from what I cut off. Actually, now 2 more squirrel moments. I'll get to the cameras in a second. 2 more squirrel moments. I think, was it April? I want to say it was April. I don't know if it's this April that's here. I don't know if it's April Kitchens, but I want to say it's April. Someone emailed me this week and said, hey, do you have anywhere where you like explain the different sizes of the traveler's notebooks? Because I'm a little confused because there's different sizes and I want to try to visually understand the sizes that you have on your website. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you know what? That would be really helpful. So I had a graphic that I modified just slightly that I had used in the very first Intro to Traveler's Notebook video that I did. And I did a blog post with that. So if you go to laylebymail.com and click on blog, you will see that graphic and I explain, but it's very visual. So if you're like me, a visual person, and you've kind of wondered what are the different sizes and how do I know what size I like, you can see all of those side by side. And then in the body of the blog post, I talk about which sizes I carry. So April, if that was you, thank you. That was a great idea. I also added that same graphic to every single Traveler's Notebook insert that I sell on my website. Okay, so that was second list. Third list. Oh, and this is what makes me smile. One of the things, I kind of posted about this in the Layle by Mail Facebook group when I posted this list. One of the things that I had forgotten that makes me smile, it makes me smile and makes me cry at the same time. Monday night, and I haven't watched it literally in years, American Idol. And I was watching American Idol and oh my gosh, I just forgot so much how much that show makes me smile at the risk of sounding like a total cheeseball. But yeah, so if I had a PS, I would add American Idol because it makes me smile. All right, second list. Third list, things I need to practice. And this is using the gorgeously stunning Wildflowers collection from Simple Stories. So Simple Stories is knocking it out of the park lately. I tell you what, it's so fun to see them just really like just continue to excel in all the things that they're releasing. So this is Wildflowers, and we had loads of fun with that one. Things I need to practice. A lot of discussion around what would be on your list, even if you're not listing with us, what would be on your list. And lots of us, I think, had kind of the same things that we might practice. And it was interesting. Some people took this things I practice in terms of like golf and piano and things like that. And others took it like I did, patience, self-control, being kinder to myself, things like that. So there we go. Those were the 3 lists. Back to the squirrel moment, the cameras. So the cameras that are behind me, and I just turned around to look at them like you could see me. I know you can't actually. Let's just do this. I'm unplugging for a minute. Colleen, help me remember. There we go. See the cameras behind me there? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And I have a few more around the house. So all of those cameras are all vintage cameras. Some super old like that with the bellows. Some not as old, but kind of old, like this one. Look at this Polaroid. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't even do this. It's so dusty. I'll just show you part of it. Really old Polaroid with the bellows. Anyhow, that, oh my goodness, needs to be dusted up there so bad. Whew, maybe I should take care of that. Anyhow, 2 places those have come from. I'm just going to flip the video again because the lights are really bright, and then I don't want to see those bright lights. So I've collected them for years, literally, estate sales and things like that. Usually they're more like garage sales, not estate sales, because estate sales, they know what they have and then they mark them up really high. But garage sales, especially like 10 to 15 years ago, I could find those no problem and buy a box of them for like $20. Now, they're not all amazing when you buy a box, but usually there's a few good ones. The others are from my uncle. One of my uncles that passed away, I want to say maybe, well, I bet it's been about 10 years ago at least now, of cancer. My dad and both of his brothers really loved photography. I mean, really, really, really loved photography. My uncle had some really old cameras, and those were a couple of his that he gave me. So it's kind of a very nice way to remember him by. And it also ties very much into all of this kind of memory keeping storytelling that I do. All right, enough of that little squirrel moment, enough of that segue. We are going to dig into our first list. Jen, let's see. Jen said, I found your channel because of your cameras. I had asked a question in a craft group about unique ways to display old cameras, and they recommended your videos. Oh, Jen, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, I love that. I know, it's so interesting. You guys have found me from all different places. A lot of you, YouTube just suggests, which I love, which is so cool. All right, so let's get started. Our first list for today is life lessons, okay? Life lessons. Life lessons is that one? No, I don't think so. Sorry, I'm just thinking in my head. So life lessons. Noelle said, hi, Lael. Hi, Noelle. Do you do photography? I do, but not really. I mean, I like to take photographs. I started taking photographs, I mean, obviously many years ago, but really when we had our kids, that's when I really started taking photographs. And back then, I had my very nice DSLR camera that I used when the boys were in high school, and even when they were younger and playing sports. I definitely took a lot of photographs. When you walk in our house, there's a really long kind of entryway. And on that entryway, there are 15. I'll have to take a picture and post it in the Facebook group later. But there are 15 by 15 frames with black frames with large mats, and then like 12 by 12 photos in the center. They're all black and white, but they're all photos that I took over the years of the boys and sports and things like that. So I'm just looking out there. So I'll post that in the Facebook group this afternoon if you want to see. If you're not in the Facebook group, go to Facebook, search Lael by Mail. You'll see a Facebook page, which is public, and a Facebook group, which is private. So if you want to be part of the group, just say, I don't know, whatever you do, click click let me in, or click I want to join the group or whatever, and then I will let you in. It's a fun place. Lots of people chatting and sharing their work and their lists and asking questions and things like that. So I need to post wall entry in FB group. But other than that, photography always kind of went along with my hobby of memory keeping and storytelling. So I would say the memory keeping storytelling came first, and the photography was part of that, if that makes sense, Noelle. Okay, here we go. Our first list. I am using a collection called Flower Child. Oh my goodness, you guys, it's so fun. This past Wednesday, I did a What's New Wednesday and showed this collection. So this is flying. This collection is going very, very quickly. So I have a reorder. I have it on reorder, and it probably take, I want to say, I don't know, maybe about 7 days. It just depends on how quickly my distributor gets it shipped out. So if you are looking for Flower Child and there were pieces that had sold out, just go ahead on the website and click the little button next to each product that says email me when available, and then you'll automatically receive an email when, who's in my driveway? Sorry, you'll automatically receive an email. They're going to ring the doorbell. I don't know who that is. You'll automatically receive an email when it's back in stock. So, all right, this paper, this I loved so much. So this is one of the papers I'll be using for my list. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a 1 or 2 pager yet. So we'll kind of have to think as we start going. So loved this. Also loved this, but actually, you know what? Because it's kind of like a groovy little Flower Child, right? So I'd say like 60s, 70s kind of icons and artwork, but tons of fun. So I think even if it's a 2-page, even if I'm not doing anything on this list, I think we can make something work over here. I love it. Terry said it's so you. Yes, it's a fun one. All right. So, yeah, no idea what they were doing. This is one of the papers from the 6x8 pad. We will be doing a list in the near future using this paper. Or one of, I don't remember if it's in a sticker, either the paper or the sticker, like our little mixtape. So we'll do a list about music. Look at like the little boom box, or the boom box. I guess that's a transistor radio, not necessarily a boom box. And your little mixtape. So we'll do something really fun with that. Hi, Cecily. Yes, hello. Hello, Ms. Meyer from Norway. I love it. Okay, so that's what we're going to start out with. Those 2 papers. I need my trimmer. Let's do a little bit of reach in here. So what are you up to today? Like, what's going on? You hanging out? Do you have plans for later today? Just curious. I'd love to know in the chat. This is 6x8, so I need to trim it down. I trimmed to 4 3/4. And we know now, don't we, that we want to save this because that I can use on another list. In fact, maybe it could even go on this side. I don't know. We'll see. The inserts I use are standard wide. Your Beverly is boiling eggs. I love it. Like literally, there we go. I'm boiling eggs. Oh, duh, for Easter. Oh my gosh. Beverly, I thought, wow, okay, she's very specific in what she's doing. But I get it. It's for Easter. Mostly Mandy's cleaning and purging craft supplies while she listens. You need to come to my house, Mandy. It just might take you a little while to get here from from Canada. Mostly Mandy's Canada. Other Mandy is UK. The Rollins fam cleaned her house this morning so she can play craft all afternoon. I love it. Some more Easter prepping. Hi, Lisa. Lisa Marie. Lisa. I always want to say Lisa Murica, but I know that's not what it is. Lisa Marika. Heather is baking bread and donuts for dinner. Oh my goodness. Jackie baking an Easter bunny cake, a family tradition. I love it. Tamara's niece is having a gender reveal. Marilee, last week was spring break staycation, crafting, lots of Easter prep, a little crafting, sorting photos, deviled eggs. Now I get the whole egg thing. Okay, so here we go. The inserts I use are standard wide, so they are 5 by 8.25. So I trimmed my 6 by 8 paper to 4 3/4, so I have a little bit of a white border all the way around. I need to grab my my corner rounder. Oh my goodness, I'm very glad for Nick to be home. Nick was gone Friday morning early until Friday late yesterday afternoon. And we're empty nesters. All of our pets are gone to the Rainbow Bridge. So literally by myself that entire time. Although Lily worked, she didn't come Monday or Tuesday because there was so much snow. But then she worked Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I had a little bit of time where I was not by myself. Actually, I'm going to leave this guy out. I'm going to leave this guy out for a minute. Let's go ahead and trim this guy. Yes, so he was quite tired when he got home because there's a lot of traveling to get from where he was to the next spot, to Calgary, then to come home. So a full day of traveling. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but we are going out to dinner because I really would like to get out of the house. Okay, so this guy, I also would like to trim to 4 3/4, but I don't want to just trim from one side. I would like to trim from both sides so I kind of maintain that kind of look. So I know that I need to go 5/8, so a little bit more than a half, right? Let's try that and see if that's working. And then here, 4 3/4. Oh, I ended up a little bit, not quite on my little marks on my trimmer, but there we go. So now I have my little coordinating paper that will be on the opposite side of my spread. So there we go. I'm going to start building my spread on my desk. So off the page is what I call that. Off the page, and then when we're done, I will add it back. All right, so now we need some white cardstock. White cardstock. Here we go. The white cardstock I use is a Nina Bright White. It is 110 pound. So that is linked. I just get it from Amazon. That is linked in the description box of the video. I think I buy it in like 250 sheet reams. And so I was thinking about this the other day because I just have this all the time. And a lot of times I include it in different project kits as well. So I had a question that I would love to hear the answer to. Hang on, let me just trim this to 8. Oh, I can hear me. Let's turn that down. Hi, Linda Cook. Oh my goodness, you guys, Linda made me the most amazing thank you card that was a mini book. It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. I'll have to bring that out next time, Linda, and show everybody because it's so cool. Hi, Belinda. Okay, where was I? Oh, yes. If you would be interested in being able to buy like the sheets of the weight cardstock that I use, the 8.5 by 11 Nina Bright White, 110 pound, that's not in 250 sheet reams. So just pop in the comments if that's, or in the chat, if that's something that you'd think, oh yeah, that'd be awesome. And then I will do it. All right. There, I just trimmed to 8 1/4 by 5. This is the reason why I like to use 8.5 by 11, because I can get basically 2 list sizes, right? That's the size of my insert, 5 by 8.25. I can get 2 of those out of one piece of paper with really no extra waste. That's why I use 8.5 by 11 instead of 12 by 12. A couple people so far on the cardstock. Okay. All right, let's decide what size we want this to be. So I think I'll just eyeball it. I think I will eyeball it. So if we go here and we go here, if you want a lot of it, the cardstock, it's linked in the description box of the video at Amazon. So you can go look for it. Ooh, 3 and to think life lessons. I'll be okay. Well, maybe we better start at 4. Just in case. I am going to stamp my title. Pam said she would love to have me as the source for cardstock. All right, I'll do it. I will do it. That's easy. I just placed a reorder because I placed a reorder. I ordered more because the This Is Me mini book kit has 2 pieces of the white cardstock in it. So I went through a lot. I'm not even paying attention here, guys. It gets difficult when I am, when I'm trying to talk sometimes and think that my brain doesn't work that way. Terry, do I ever take a stack of paper to Office Depot and have it cut to size? You know what, Terry? My white ones, I don't. But I do when I'm cutting paper for my project kits. Absolutely. I take it to FedEx Kinko's because I can take a stack of 12 by 12 paper that could be like 300 sheets and they will cut it. So if I need it in, let's say 4 by 6s, it's like $1.50 for each cut. So it would cost me maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe under $5 to have 300 sheets cut all at once, which is pretty awesome. That's takes much less time than it would take for me to do that. Hi, TK, nice to see you. Alrighty, so this one is not going to have anything yet. I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure if this is going to be a 1-pager or 2-pager until I really get going. So I think there's enough of that showing because there is enough of that kind of floral pattern showing because I can pull that in one of the stickers or one of the floral die cuts. So I think we'll be good there. We are going to stamp our title, and we are going to stamp our title using my new Willy alphabet. This is a 6x8 alpha set. It is in collaboration with my friend Christine of Pop Daisy Art. It is hand drawn. So every single one of those letters is hand drawn by Christine. So that is what we're going to use for our title. Now, what I'm going to do before I get there, I am going to ink the edges of that. So I'm going to use fossilized amber. So I need that. Oh, see what just fell out of there. Oh, look it. Nope. That is not. Oh, yes, it is. It is fossilized amber. These just dropped on the floor, so I might as well look at this. I'll show this to you guys again. A couple weeks ago, there was a question about whether you could laminate your swatches. And during our break, it was one of all-day sessions, I did. I laminated it. And of course, you could laminate it, but the question was, what is going to happen over time? Is this one going to, laminating it really seals in the color, so it's always going to be super nice and bright and saturated. I stamped this one at the same time, but obviously not laminated on the left, laminated on the right. And kind of the experiment is over time, what happens? I think this is always going to look very nice and bright, and this is a little bit more muted. So you definitely could laminate. However, you're going to get a little bit of a different color variation if you're trying to match colors. It's still the same color, but you can see the one on the right that's been laminated is really nice and full and saturated, where this one is a little bit less saturated, if that makes sense. And that just fell on the floor, so I figured we might as well take a look at that. All right, so I need fossilized amber. I have fossilized amber out. I pulled a couple of colors. I wasn't quite sure what I might want to work with. Pulled in a couple of colors that coordinate with the collection. Shabby Shutters, Tumbled Glass, Carved Pumpkin, and Fossilized Amber. This is why we swatch our inks, you guys. Look at the difference. Look at how much darker and kind of muddier it looks on the tin. It's plastic, but on the cover, than it does in real life. So big, big, big difference. Oh, I just realized I'm going to have to do something in a minute. That's why we swatch. So we can take our little swatches and go, okay, which one of these is going to coordinate the best with whatever I'm working with? So I have taken my little foam dauber, and I have taken, I always laugh, not Pam Dauber, but the foam dauber. I've taken my little foam dauber, and it's the one that has fossilized amber on it. I swatch all of my daubers as well. I have a different dauber, not handle, but a different dauber for each of my colors so that I know what all of these little guys are, so that they're not rolling around. They're all marked. This little storage system on my website. So you have the little 5x7 case. You, with that case, can store up to 40 of your little daubers. It includes the case. It includes 2 printed out sheets. It includes 42 little punch circles and then 40 of your little Velcro pieces. So there we go. That's how I store all those little guys. So fossilized amber, I am going to just ink the edges of this white cardstock. So it kind of blends in. Hi, honey. Oh, goodness. What time's the appointment? 10:45. No. Did you already go? That's my husband in the chat. Just popped in to say hello. So what? No, there's no way they got you in that fast. I assume that we're still waiting. Are we still waiting to hear? X-ray? I'm thinking it's going to take more than an X-ray. I'm thinking it's going to take an MRI. So I think he'll end up at a different doctor, our family knee doctor. Yes, we have a family knee doctor. Utah, at least where we are in northern Utah, it's actually, if you are injured, I sound like one of those, like 1-800 dial a lawyer. But if you are injured in a sporting accident, it is actually a great place to be because the U.S. ski team headquarters are here. There is a lot of, there are a lot of athletes that train in the area because of all of the winter sports. So our knee doctor, I've had things done, something. Tore my meniscus, had that fixed. Sam tore his meniscus, had that fixed. Nick tore his ACL, had that fixed. All same doctor. I'm predicting Nick's going to have to go there. Yes, he hurt it skiing. Yeah, still waiting. All right, we'll just wait to hear. We will wait to hear. All right, here we go. I don't know, Nick, are you seeing your regular doctor? The regular doctor is not my favorite that Nick and the boys go to. Well, our adult men children. Oh, that's a story for another day. When he didn't have the best bedside manner, when I took Sam in for some back problems that he was having, and he very bluntly told us that Sam had something, well, I'm telling the story anyway. Sam had something called spina bifida occulta. And all I heard in my head was spina bifida. He said, Sam has spina bifida occulta, and sometime in the last 6 months, he broke one of his vertebrae. In addition, he broke his back. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, back up. Anyway, that was in high school. I think that was a combination of football and weightlifting and lacrosse. Okay, so here we go. Did you guys notice the difference in that? You notice how much better it looks when it is inked versus just plain like that, right? It just kind of brings it all together in a little bit more. And I could have used the yellow. I could have used an orange. I could have used one of the blues. I could have used one of the lighter lavender purples, which someone asked me earlier this week if I would please bring in some purples, oxides. And so I have several purples on the way. All right, so here we go. Starting here. Oh, the fan needs to come on. It's warm. Hang on. There we go. Okay, here we go. It pops, right, Teresa. That color really makes it pop, and that's a super easy way, you guys. I mean, it takes no time, really takes no talent. You don't have to be talented to do that if you have the right tool. And the right tool is having one of those little daubers. Now, the other thing that you can do, if you didn't have one of those little daubers, you can just go ahead and take your ink pad itself and do that. It works just as well. You get a little bit of a sharper edge and it's a little bit harder to control, but you can still kind of get the same effect by just taking the ink pad. I'm not paying much attention to what I'm doing here. I also have a very thin piece, so that's why it got a little funky up there, but there you go. All right, so now let's go to our title. Now, for my title, I am going to stamp in either black or gray, and then I'm going to color in the letters. That's kind of how they're designed. Now, you could stamp in your colored ink and just call it good. You could stamp in your colored ink and then color it in with that same color of colored pencil and get kind of a monotone look. But I'm going to stamp in dark gray or black, not sure yet. And then I will color them in. Denise. Oh my goodness, surgery. Wow, that is crazy. Sorry to hear that, Denise. I hope he's okay. I hope it's not your grandson that's been really sick, too. All right, so let's take a look. Let's take a look if we wanted to go gray. And I will test this first. We'll test it like we always do to see if we like the way it's going to look. So if I were to go to gray, I think I would use hickory smoke. So let's find where that would be. Lost Shadow, that's the new one, a little bit too light. hickory smoke. I think hickory smoke might, well, obviously it's going to be a little softer than if we do black. So let's start out with hickory smoke. I need to very quickly go wet something. If Nick was here, this is what I do. I'd go, and then he'd come in. He'd come running, I'm sure. Well, not with his knee. He'd come hobbling in. All right, I need to go wet this. So hang tight, one sec. I will need this to clean my stamps in 1 second. I forgot to do it. All right, that's my stamp chamois. So, like a car chamois, you saw it was all stiff, and I just wet it. So now it is damp, and I will be able to clean my stamps when I need. I need that little guy, and this little guy I'm going to put off to the side. My little chamois will just sit in that little thing. Stamp chamois is linked. I am working on seeing if I can bring those in. All right, so let's get out a stamping block. This is going to take us to our first giveaway of the day. Let me see. Oh, actually two. We might as well talk about both of them right now, because number one is the Willy alphabet, that 6x8 stamp set. That is one giveaway, okay? That second giveaway is going to be that, and that, and that, okay? Those three things: microfiber cloth, white block eraser, and that set of stamping blocks. All of those available on my website. These three things are very integral to stamping. Obviously the stamping blocks, but we're going to talk about the other two here in a second. I need to still talk about that, even though I'm not going to use it. When you have brand new stamps, you need to condition your stamps, okay? You need to condition your stamps. That's super important. Prime, condition, same thing. The reason you need to do that is your stamps have a very thin, microscopic, invisible to the eye coating on them, okay? Your stamps have a coating on them. You need to get that coating off. If you don't get that coating off, you will not like the way your stamps look. And that's my stamps. That's any photopolymer stamps. I think acrylic stamps are the same way. But you need to condition them. So the way I like to condition them, take my little eraser, okay? I don't use this eraser for erasing pencil marks. I just use this one for conditioning my stamps. In my opinion, it's much easier when I get a brand new stamp set like this to condition all of them at once. Especially with something like this. There's 70 some odd stamps in the Willy alphabet. If I have to remember every time, wait, have I conditioned that or not, then I am wasting a lot of time. So I might as well condition them all at the same time. So tip number one, brand new stamp set, go ahead and condition it. And all I'm going to do is take my little eraser here and erase over the top of all of those stamps, okay? That is going to remove that little layer. Now it takes a little bit longer when you have a full stamp set like this, right? But that is time well spent. You could spend, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 minutes doing it all at once, or you could spend 10 hours having to do this each and every time that you use a new letter. So I'm just going over the top. This is one way to condition. You can condition them by stamping with them. But a lot of times you need to stamp and then stamp again, re-ink stamp, re-ink stamp, re-ink stamp, re-ink stamp, maybe 4, 5, or 6 times before that layer, that little invisible microscopic layer is worn off. So I'm just taking my little microfiber towel here. Microfiber towel, important because it's lint-free. I need to get rid of all those little eraser tailings, okay? Get rid of all those little eraser tailings. You know what I mean, those little crumblies that come off. If I was using bigger stamps, I would probably take my chamois right now and wipe that off. But I'm not going to do that just because they're smaller. So now what I want to do, my title is Life Lessons. So I am going to use my smaller stamping block. So that comes in a set of 2. This little guy is about 2.5 by 2. And the larger is 3.5 by like 2 3/4. So I'm going to use the smaller one, and I am going to stamp my letters one at a time. Okay, I'm going to stamp my letters one at a time. That is my personal preference. I like to have my letters fairly close together when I am stamping. If I use my L here and then I go to put my I next to it, I'm not quite going to be able to get as close as I want because of the space that surrounds the extra rubber that is surrounding the stamp. So I like to stamp individually. Now, maybe I want to be able to put my I there and really kind of tuck the little I in next to my L. If I want to do something like that and vary heights and things, I really kind of have to stamp individually. But I like the way that it looks better when I stamp individually. But that's just my personal preference. You know, I say you do you. You do you. You do what you like. Plug back in the camera. I did. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Brown-eyed girl said, that's awesome. She needs to do more stamping. How often do you need to refill your ink pads? It depends on how often you use them, right? I have never done re-inkers on any of my oxides. I haven't yet. So it really depends. I can't tell you because it's really going to depend on how often you use them. And it's also going to depend on the surface area of the stamps that you're using. So a bigger stamp obviously takes more ink. And then also depends on if you're doing a lot of this, right? If you're inking the edges of things. Maybe someone else, if anyone else in the group has any feedback regarding that question, how often you re-ink, like recolor, please chime in. Hi, Marie. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Very sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Denise, do you find that the lids don't snap on tight with the Distress Oxides? I would. I'm just trying to think. Some better than others. So like this one is tight. Look it, I'm holding it. It's not dropping. This one, yeah, I can't hold it without it dropping. So I think it depends. What if I rotate it? No. Nope. So I think it's going to depend, Denise. Yeah. Jen said she's never re-inked. She's had some of them for years. So it just depends. All right. This probably now is a little bit dry because I just started the L. All right. So here's my thought though, guys. So I really like the toned down a little bit more, but when I color in, I'm afraid that if I color it in, it's just kind of all going to get muddy and blend in together. So I'm going to use black. So I want to clean this off real quick with my little chamois or a damp paper towel, or you could use a wipe. There's a lot of talk about using wipes on your stamps. Number one, if you use a wipe, it should be alcohol-free. Number two, in some wipes, there's a lot of little fibers. And so when you wipe off your stamp, you end up with those little fibers all over your stamp. And you don't want the fibers on your stamp because the fibers will get into, it'll be in your stamped impression. You want to dry it off. After you clean it, absolutely dry it off. If you don't dry it off, you're not going to like the way that your stamp looks. Because there's water. It's watered down ink, especially if you're using something like Distress Oxides that are meant to react with water. You definitely won't like the way that looks. So dry, dry, dry. And I like to use microfiber cloth because there's no little tailings. I mean, no little fur threads, whatever. Denise said parents' choice at Walmart or Grid. So if you want to use wipes, it sounds like that's a recommendation. I have not used those, but all right, so here we go. Here's my L. And then I even though it's darker, I think I'm going to like the way that looks a little better when I go to color in. So let's put that off to the side. And maybe what I will do, I think I'm going to stack. So I think I'm going to do life above and lessons below. Otherwise, it's going to be a really skinny, narrow, long, or wide alphabet. or title, sorry. So let's think, if we go about right here, I think we'll be good. L. And I need to clean that off, right? Should clean it off right after I use it, just because that makes it easy. I'm not going to dry it. I may use it again. I will use it again for lessons. So we'll just put that off to the side. Now for E's, I have, ooh, not E's. I need an I next, not an E. I was thinking of lessons. I have a couple different I's. So you have, let's turn that around so you can see a little bit better. Multiples of all of your letters. So we have for an I, you could use the lowercase L for an I if you wanted. There's also another uppercase I. There's 3. Oh no, that is an exclamation point. Then there's 2 lowercase i's. One with your little dot above the I, and then one with the little heart above the I. So I think that's the one I want to use, is the one with the little heart above the I. I should move this back over here. Yes, Marilee was experimenting, was really working with her swatches and learned a lot of things. Learned the importance of making sure that your stamps are dry in between stamping, right? Your stamps are dry in between stamping. That was huge. That was huge for Marilee. She shared all about that in the Facebook group, which was awesome because she had some questions and you guys were right in there giving her answers. So this is what my thought is. I think that I am going to do that. Like that. And then I'll color in. So I kind of varied the height and varied, this one is a color in, well, it's a full color in as opposed to an E that has the little spot in it. So that's what I'm going to go with. Now I just very quickly put all those on the same block, but I don't want to do that right now because I don't want those to get in a bad spot. So now let's put it back on there. And now is when I will use a wipe. So I'm just going to grab one. I will use a wipe. These wipes, I don't even remember where I got them. Once I was trying to be in a hurry and not use my chamois, and I used these to clean my stamps. These have the little furs or fibers, furs or fibers, which I know I did not like. Yeah, okay. So, ooh, see, you can even see. Look at, you see how that, it's like, I don't know if you can see that, it's like fuzzing. And then I have the little fuzz all over my hands. Susan, do distress inks cover less well than oxides? In my opinion, I will preface it with that oxides give you much better coverage. They are a pigment-based ink where the regular distress inks are a dye-based ink. Pigment-based inks generally are going to give you more coverage. So, in my opinion, there is a link. I actually have 2 really great links at the bottom in the description box of the video, at the very bottom. Both are 2 articles on scrapbook.com. One is an article that talks about the difference between distress inks and distress oxides. And Tim Holtz does a side-by-side comparison in project showing you this is what a distress ink looks like. This is what a distress oxide looks like. These are the properties of distress inks. These are the properties of distress oxides and why you might use one in one case versus another in another case. Distress inks and distress oxides are great for mixed media if you do mixed media, but they both have very different properties when it comes to adding water and blending and things like that. So you guys know I don't do those kind of things. So if you want to know more about the difference, especially as it comes to mixed media, I would suggest click on that article. The second article talks about just the difference in general between different types of inks. Dye-based inks, pigment-based inks, hybrid inks, and the different properties. So it is not brand specific. Whereas the other one is. All right, got that all clean. There's my I, and now I need my little lowercase f again. And I'm good without, I think I'm good without testing it. I already kind of tested it before, so I feel okay to live on the edge here. There's my F. Clean this little guy off. Christina, let's see. Christina says she recommends the archival ink for acrylic. Acrylic stamps as opposed to photopolymer. I'm just asking that as a question. I use for my photopolymer stamps, I really don't use acrylic stamps. But for my photopolymer stamps, I definitely recommend distress oxides. That's what I use. Yes, Christina said archival ink for acrylic stamps. All right, there we go. There's life. And now we will jump to lessons. So the pros and cons of stamping versus using alpha stickers. Well, the pros, you can use whatever font you like. You don't have to worry about the color because you use whatever color you want. You never have to worry about running out of letters because you have them here, right? The cons, it takes a little bit more time, right? Takes a little bit more time, so not as timely. Now, this is always the question. Like, where do we start? Where do we start? I'm just going to do it. We're just going to start there and hope that we get about even. Yeah, so here's the deal, you guys. The difference between acrylic stamps and photopolymer stamps. Acrylic stamps, and this is a very broad generalization, very, very, very broad generalization. Acrylic stamps, usually less expensive. So sometimes if you see like a 4x6 stamp set that's, oh, I don't know, maybe $6. Number one, made in China. Number two, acrylic stamp. You don't quite get the same, the quality is just not there. The crispness is not necessarily there. That's for me. Again, this is all just my own opinion based on, as I use products. Those are the two things that I notice. Price, yes, definitely less expensive, but there's a reason. That is actually one of my life lessons. You buy cheap, you buy twice. Knee is fine, just pulled muscles. Oh, I'm so glad. Good news, Nick. Thank you. Thanks for popping in and letting me know that. Nick and I have a very big trip coming up. It is the rebooking of our 25th anniversary trip, which was 3 years ago, May of 2020. So, you know what? I'm going to use uppercase. I'm just going to play around here. So our 25th anniversary was May of 2020. We had a trip to Europe planned, and obviously that did not happen because, hello, that was, let me just look at something here. What if I wanted to do the lowercase s? It didn't happen because of the pandemic. So it is rebooked for next month. And yes, when Nick called from his trip and said that he had hurt his knee, I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? I hope everything's okay. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, our trip. But it's good. So we're good. We are good. All right. Yes. Good news. Good news. Good news. Yes, Denise, you get what you pay for, right? Absolutely. You get what you pay for. And you know what? Don't get me wrong. I am all about the bargain shopping. In certain circumstances, right? In certain circumstances. So I think we're just going to do our little guy here. LESS. So we're just playing around. Yes, whatever I was talking about. Oh, nice. Diane just got back from a big trip for 50th. Oh my goodness. Happy anniversary. That is amazing. That is fabulous. Fantastic. Congratulations. All right. So for the O, I have a couple of different O's that I can do. I am doing the O that I color in the entire thing. So uppercase O, lowercase o, and then another lowercase o where you can fill in the entire thing. So that's what I'm going to do. All right. LESSONS. We're just about done. The nice thing is, as it's taking me a little bit of time to do this, do we want to do an uppercase N? Probably no, because it's going to make it even a little bit wider, right? It's going to make it even a little bit wider. We'll do the lowercase N. They are cute stamps, Brittany. Thank you. Yes, this is Willy Alpha. So here's a little fun little tidbit about Willy Alpha. The reason it is called Willy is because as Amy and I were finishing the stamps, and what I mean there is, I decided what I wanted, talked to Christine, let Christine know what I wanted. She hand drew all of the stamps, and then there were like 8 versions of S's, and because she just literally draws and then draws and draws and draws. So we were going over all the different iterations. I was in Hawaii. Nick and I were in Hawaii because Nick travels there on business every year. And of course I have to go along because why not? Anyhow, so I'm sitting in the hotel room looking out at the ocean while Amy and I are kind of going over all the last changes for the stamp set. And we're all the way down to, okay, we're good. She's going to work with Christine, Pop Daisy Art, to make the final changes on whatever we need. I'm like, okay, we need a name. And we're throwing out different names. And as we're doing this, I see a whale in the ocean in the distance. I'm like, well, there you go. This one's called Willie, for like Free Willy. For like Free Willy. All right. One more thing I need to do is, I would like a period at the end of this. I always like to do that. So I'm going to put a little period there. Now, this stamp right here was a colon. And I cut mine in half because I could still use it as a colon if I want. But if I cut it in half, I can, if I cut it in half, then I can also use it as a period. So I'm using my little stylus because little teeny stamp. Little teeny stamp, so I want the stylus. There we go, life lessons. So this is kind of a little fun, very fun and playful, right? It's a very, oopsie. Ooh. It's a very fun and playful stamp set. So it works well with this fun and playful Flower Child collection. All right, so now we are done with that. All the stamps are cleaned. We can put this guy away. Actually, there is a little heart on here I might decide to use on something. We'll see. Okay, now that we look at this, I need to pull in colors. So I could either use colored markers or colored pencils. I am going to use colored pencils because the colors in this Flower Child collection are a little bit more muted. So if I want something a little brighter, I would go with, hang on. If I want something a little bit brighter, I would probably go with my markers. So markers used there, markers used here. Let's see. Colored pencils used here. So all of those are, this is from the This Is Me set and the Christine Numbers Medium. This is from Willie. Willie, Christine Numbers Medium, Christine Numbers Small. All of these colored in with colored pencils. So I think colored pencils are going to give me a little bit more of the look that I'm going for. Oh, but what I was saying is, if you, that's an example, markers, right? So markers are going to give me a little bit of a brighter, more saturated look. Also markers and also markers. But I'd like it to be a little bit more toned down because the collection is a little bit more toned down. So we will go with colored pencils. I have not swatched these yet. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of playing here. This pen set, or colored pencil set I have on my website, and it is a good assortment of colors. There are 48 in the pack or in the little tin. So let's just kind of do a little bit of that a good yellow? That looks pretty close. So that's a good yellow. This is a pink. Some of your colored pencils, depending on what kind of colored pencils you're using, are going to have a name on them and others don't. This whole set does not have a name on it. So guess what that means? When I swatch these, I am going to use my little label maker, and I will put a number on each of these. And then when I do my swatching, I will put a number next to each of my colors. Then that way I know, oh, I'm looking for number 42 or 28 or whatever it is. how you can do your swatching if you don't have a number or a name on your utensil, your writing utensil. All right, so let's look at this guy now. That could work. It works kind of. It's interesting over here. It's a little bit, ooh, yeah, no. This is why it's nice to have a good assortment of colors, right? So I have lots of different pinks that I can choose from here, but I really think the one that I have is probably the one. Now I also have different colored pencil sets. It's a little bit more peachy tone. I think we're back to this one. That will work, okay. And then I need some yellow. Oh no, I already have yellow. I have yellow and pink. Ooh, we need some orange. Yes, I have other colored pencil sets, way too bright. So if I needed to pull out something different, ooh, I don't know, that yellow, actually that yellow is better than that yellow. So let's put that one away and let's look at one of these oranges. Ooh, did I already do that one? That's too bright. Better, but still a little bit too bright. Let's see if we have another orange in here. Any more oranges? Nope. These need to be completely reorganized because this is how they came. I'm not sure what they were thinking when they were, ooh, actually, that's kind of a good coral. That would work. And then we need, I don't know, maybe we just go with those colors. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Pam. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Pam says, my Studio Series pencils from you have names on them. Mine is a different series. Mine has 50 colors in it, and not 48. So Pam, I'm glad to know that the one that you bought for me, because I've had this for a while, before I brought them in, and I can only find the 48 set to bring in. So I'm glad to know that the set that I sell has that. All right, so maybe we should go in this order. Ooh, okay, so let's start with our pink. It has the nice thing about, let's talk about this for a second, about doing my letters individually. By the time that I got down here, these were plenty dry. You need to keep in mind, depending on what type of ink you're using. So here I'm using a pigment-based ink. This is the black that I use on everything. Pigment-based ink, very solid. I call it a juicy ink, and that's just my term, but it's very solid. Get a very solid impression. Your pigment inks take a second to dry. So I wouldn't want to stamp that and start coloring right away, because if I did, then I'd get a little bit of black in my pink because it was wet. So all I'm doing is taking my little colored pencil here and coloring that in. See? Super cute. That's the whole idea behind this alphabet set, is to give you lots of options to color things in. Like we talked about before, if I didn't want to mess with coloring in, I wouldn't have to. I could just either leave it black, or I could have stamped in colored ink instead of black ink. I could have stamped in one solid color, or just varied the colors that I was stamping the letters in. All right, so now we go our yellow. And now we go our orange. So our orange, eek, eek, eek. So our orange is going to be, I am going to press not as hard when I'm coloring in with the orange, because that will make it not as bright, right? And then here's my coral. So my coral, that E gives me a little bit more surface area to color in. And then we'll repeat. And the yellow, if I wanted to, I could just color in one solid color, right? This could be one solid color, but I am mixing it up a little bit with the different colors because that's fun. There's my orange, and I'm not pressing as hard on the orange because I want it to be a little bit more muted. And then the coral. Let's see, Nancy says, so fun, and I love the letter varieties. Nancy, or Mimi. I don't remember if it was Nancy or Mimi. Nancy, did you ask me about getting the purples in? I can't remember if that was you. I want to say Nancy or Mimi, but then it could be Sally. I don't know. It could be somebody totally different. All right, so then I'm back to pink. You got to be thinking about this. Oh, Mary J, that's a great question. That is something that I wanted to, I meant to talk about. Mary J just asked a great question. She said, if I pre-order the spring summer traveler's notebook kit, will you ship it with the My Story traveler's notebook kit? Right, Mary J? Yes. So the early summer bi-monthly for May and June traveler's notebook kit added to the website yesterday because was having enough people start saying, hey, I want to order that. Is it available yet? It is right now there as a coming soon for Monday. You can still order it, but there's no picture because that's what I'm doing tomorrow. I need to design that tomorrow. So it is on the website now. You can add it to cart, or you can, if you already have an order for the This Is Me Traveler's Notebook Kit, they will ship at the exact same time. That was the plan. They'll ship at the exact same time. So they start shipping on the 15th, or I think Friday or Monday. I think the 15th is in between there. 15th is Saturday. But yes, they can ship together. So if you want to do that, you can either place a separate order. If you place a separate order, you need to let me know that you want them shipped together, or shoot me an email and I can ship together. Let me know. Shoot me an email and I can add to your order. Hi, Cindy. Nice to see you. Wanda. Oh my gosh. We're just playing. How about that? TK said, love the elements to color if I choose in the new stamp sets. I just labeled them this morning, made out labels for the 2 sets coming in the new kit soon. I love it. Perfect. Okay, so here we go. We need a little bit of decorating. Now, what I need to decide is, I think this is going to be a 1-page list, you guys. I think it's going to be 1 page. So, what do I want to, where is the, sticker book. I'm going to look in the sticker book too and see if there's something fun that we might use in the sticker book. Groovy. Here comes the sun. Oh, more flowers. Lots of really pretty flowers. Kind of holographic foil here. Ooh, that's kind of a copper foil. Happiness. So what if over here, this happiness could be kind of fun. What if, I want to talk about this for a second. American Crafts has been doing more and more of these types of stickers lately where they kind of feel like a little bit of a vinyl. Okay, they kind of feel like a little bit of a vinyl type sticker. So we were talking on Wednesday night that some of you are having a hard time getting that vinyl sticker off of the sheet. So what I suggested, instead of starting with getting the sticker off, I suggested with taking the outside off, okay? So see that? You see how that whole outside is coming off? Now, I have to come in and cut it off here because it's attached. So once I do that, it makes it a lot easier to then pull the sticker off. Okay, so there we go. That is the outline, kind of the negative. And now we have the positive. So now all I do, now all I do, if I want to use happiness, all I need to do is bend that back like that and it comes right off the sheet. So I'm thinking maybe, all right, I'm going to put this right there for a minute. I want to decide how I want to use it. I'm not going to do anything with this side of the page yet. So we'll let that sit. What I ended up doing, we were talking earlier about a pencil board. And what I ended up doing, I didn't use my pencil board because I'm working on this page off of the page. I call that off of the page. So instead of adding to my traveler's notebook right here and then doing my stamping, I'm working on the whole page and then I will adhere. If I wasn't doing that, or if I was doing a list like I did here, where I am working directly on the page, that is when a pencil board comes into play. So it creates a flat surface for me. I slide it in underneath whatever I'm working on, and then I have my flat surface to stamp on because I want to have a flat surface to stamp on. I don't want my stamped impression to get all messed up because it is hitting something that is underneath it. That's what a pencil board is for. Okay, what's that? Oh, got sidetracked by what was over there. Okay, so I would like to come in and do my little outlining now. I will outline this little guy. Oh, I know, Wanda. One of the things you missed, I showed the cover design, not the actual cover, but the cover design for my new idea book. I showed that at the beginning. Alrighty. There, it looks much more finished now. And then I will come around and do the same thing here. Concentrate, 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 concentrate. I've got to concentrate, 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 concentrate. So, one of the things that, this is going to be controversial. Mary J, email me and I'll send you an invoice. That'll be easier. Yep, for sure that'll be easier. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to do something that this could be very controversial. I am going to do this. You guys know me and my love for outlining all the things. So I am outlining those little rainbows. Well, they're not rainbows. They're not individual rainbows. They're like individual strips of color that kind of remind me of rainbow rays, rainbow arches, curves, whatever. All right, so that makes them stand out a little bit better. And it ties in a little bit more black with what I have going on over here. And this, to me, actually makes it feel like a little bit more retro. It kind of makes it look a little bit more 60s now. That's what I'm thinking. All right, so life lessons. Let's talk about life lessons. Now is when I'm going to do my list. I have these little guys out. I'm not sure if I will use these. These are little puffy stickers. I thought maybe I would use these, but if I use these, I need to stick with the colors that I have used. I don't want to go with the blue for sure. I think I have enough. I think I have enough. But before I do that, before I get too deep, I think that I had better figure out how I'm decorating. So, because I think if I use those, like I would use those as bullets. So I would do, you know, something like this. I would take one of these and put it like right there, and then I would start my list. One thing that I will do though, I am going to, all right, sometimes you see me put an underline beneath my title. So let's see if there's an example of one of those here. Sometimes you see me put an underline under. What? I wonder why I did that. That's interesting. I have a space. Oh, here's an example. I'll put an underline under my title, but it's really more comes into play. Well, like that, right? So if I really want to separate out the title from when I start writing, I was thinking about doing that here, but guess what? I'm not going to do it here. The reason I'm going to do it here, because of my S, if I had Essence and my S was lowercase, I would do it because then I could do my line and they'd all line up. But here, if I were to do my line right there, I would create what I like to call, well, it's what it's called, it's trapped white space. I would have this whole area right there that was kind of blank, and to me, that would look really odd. So I'm not going to do my little underline. It would look weird too if I just did part of it. So I'm not going to do my underline. If I use those little flowers, I think those flowers are fun. I think we'll do that. All right, so then I probably have plenty over here for decorating by using all those little guys for my bullets. So then we can come in over here, and I think we will use, what if we go with our little sticker here in the center? And if we go back to our happiness. Will that work? I think so. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Why not? Why not? right. There we go. Okay. There's a life lesson about happiness somewhere in there, I'm sure. Last thing I think I want to do, oh, you know what could be cute? I kind of have this little extra space here, right? I didn't quite get it centered because I wasn't quite sure how much room I would need. So I need something little to go right there. What if we use this little bird? What if this little bird goes right there from the sticker? There we go. That kind of fills that in. I think that works. I think that works. Let's go back here and see. Cute roller skate, but roller skate won't work in there. Smaller flowers. So if I felt maybe if I wanted to do a smaller flower instead of a, I'm just in the sticker book here, but I also have lots of flowers in the flower die cuts. I wanted to do a little flower there instead. I think we should do that instead. There we go. Instead of the bird. The bird is the bird's super cute, but the bird's just kind of doesn't really go. Bird just kind of doesn't go there. Sorry, bird. We'll use you another time. You go back to the sheet with your friends. You have other birds here to hang out with. Okay. Now I think we're ready for our list. All right, let's go. Life lessons. Let's talk about life lessons. In the chat, if you're watching live, pop in a life lesson. Tell me one of your life lessons. Share away. I'm going to my handy dandy notebook here where I have written down my life lessons. Some of them, right? Not all of them, some of them. One of them that we talked about before was you buy, oopsie, that's all right. You buy cheap, you buy twice, right? If you buy cheap, you buy twice. And sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's totally okay, but other times you're like, oh, golly, I wish I hadn't done that. Right? There we go. That's how, like we were talking before about stamps, right? I think maybe, so these are a little bit larger. Well, we're just going to run with it. We're going with it. Right, Christina said, write it down. You will forget. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be done. Creative Cindy said that's a quote by me. That's her. Yep, doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be done. Exactly. You buy cheap, you buy twice. Oopsie. Hang on. Let me come over here. Ooh. A little something there that you won't notice by the time I get done. You buy cheap, you buy twice. Similar twice. Especially if you are a crafter, you know this. Hopefully you don't know this too well. Hopefully you learned your lesson. This one is measure twice, cut once, right? Measure twice, cut once. That's a big one. That is a big one. Measure twice, cut once. So my little thing is kind of there. That's all right. Oh, this is another one. Oh, shoot. All right. Luckily I have another one that starts with a Y because the one I was just about ready to, right? I forgot the word if in front of it. So I'm skipping one. You, and I'll come back to it, catch more flies with honey. You know that one? You catch more flies with honey. Like, hey, guess what? If you have to go on a phone call and talk to customer service about something, or you're traveling and something's happening, much more likely to go out of their way to help you if you are nice than if you are mean, right? Catch more flies with honey. That's a big one I tried to teach the boys. Here's the next one. If you can't say anything nice, say nothing at all. Right? If you can't say anything nice, say nothing at all. Noelle said, expect less from others, better to be surprised than disappointed. There we go. So it's kind of, and that's kind of along the same lines of like an under promise, over deliver, but right? Yes, that's a good one. That is a good one. Thumper, does Thumper say that? TK, we gotta go. I have to go back and read this one. Uh, Lesson from her late father, which is extra pertinent for tax time. You've got to make it to pay it, honey. You've got to make it to pay it, right? Absolutely. Paula, if your screen's blurry, click on the little gear icon on your window and change the quality setting. That if no one else is seeing that, then that's generally on your end. Change the quality setting and that should fix it for you. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Yes, 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 yes. Wait to worry. How many times I've worried and worried about something that might happen and never happened. I wasted so much time worrying. Ms. L, guess what? That one is not on my list, but I'm going to add that one because that's one that I tried to live by. Now, I say try. I definitely say try because it does not always work. But that's one I strive for. How about that? That's one that I strive for. Wait to worry. Yeah, why worry? You might not need to worry. So wait to worry. I like that. Wait to worry. It's like wait to worry until there's a reason to worry, right? Don't sweat the small stuff. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And you guys, the older we get, the more of these I think we have, right? The more of these we have, the more experience we have. So the more that we can try to share with maybe younger people in our lives. Let's see where we are. There we go. Can't say anything nice. Catch more flies with honey. Oh, this one. Okay, this one was in the subject line of my email for today. Never burn a bridge. Right? Never burn a bridge. Hi, honey.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Never burn a bridge. You never, ever, ever know when someone from your past will reappear in your life and you may need something from that person. So never, ever burn a bridge. Another one. Yes.
So the doctor said I needed to sit on the couch and watch golf the rest of the weekend.
Okay. Did you guys hear that? So Nick said, the doctor said I need to sit on the couch and watch golf for the rest of the weekend. That's doctor's orders. Yeah, whatever.
Yes. Lots of rest.
Yeah, lots of rest. Yeah, yikes. Okay, that's good. Yes, that's good. That's much better than some kind of surgery that could be needed because that's, yeah. Yes, Christina, another great one. You can do hard things. Don't give up. Absolutely. Mary Lee. So, oh yes, the worrying thing. And Mary Lee brought that up. She said, as a person who suffers from severe anxiety, my therapist tells me this over and over and over again. Wait to worry. Wait to worry. And Mary Lee, you have girls, right? You have girls that are now out of the house and going off to college. And there's a lot to worry about there, right? You're worried about their safety. You're worried about they're going to be happy. You worry about their stress levels. And yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, Diane said, can we call the doctor and verify? Yes, I would like to see the doctor's note, please. I'd like to see the doctor's note on that. Create and play with Renee said that is so true. Burning a bridge. It has happened to me with an employer. Oh, Lael, hide the bell. Oh, yeah, right. Colleen, I need to make sure Nick doesn't get a hold of that bell. You're right. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's another great one, Denise. I love all these that you guys are putting out there. I love it. I love it. I love it. You have survived 100% of your worst days. It's Darium. That is so true, right? You're here. You've survived 100% of your worst days. That's a great one. That is a great one. Linda said Nick is funny. Yeah, he's a hoot. He is a hoot. Oh, Jen Rand, I love that. Go where you feel most alive. You miss 100% of the chances you don't take. Yes, you guys, so many good ones. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, never burn a bridge. Another one. Stop and smell the roses. And, a lot of these are like cliches that just stop and smell the roses, but really take time to enjoy things, right? And again, with age comes wisdom. A lot of these things, I'm sure my mother told me in my 20s and I was like, yeah, whatever. In my 30s, I was like, yeah, whatever. In my 40s, I was like, yeah, whatever. But with age comes wisdom, right? Stop and smell the roses. Take time to enjoy things. The little things, the big things, take time to enjoy. Important, right? Very important. All right. So there's another little guy. You know what? I really don't like that there. So guess what? I'm the boss of me. I'm not going to put that there. I don't have to have one of those there. I really didn't like the way that was so next to the other one. So stop and smell the here's another one. This for me generally has a lot to do with health and weight. Although the weight comes on like a race and the weight comes off like a marathon. It's a marathon, not a race, right? It's a marathon. not a race. Now that can apply to lots of things. That could apply to a career. That could apply to school. It could apply to a relationship, or it could apply to finding the right person in a relationship, raising children. I think, did I say your career and getting where you want to go? So that can go in a lot of. Denise, life is short, eat the cake. Tracy, eat dessert first, right? Life is short, eat the cake, right? Do it and then move on. Do it and then move on. Jackie, never leave the house in dirty underwear. Her grandmother always said that, right? There you go. You never know when you're going to be in an accident. Let's see. Practice responsible selfishness. Ooh, Jody, I love that. I'm going to add, yes, and I love the way that is worded. Practice responsible, whoopsie, that's a little long, selfishness. Oops. Well, selfishness. That was misspelled, but that's okay. Practice responsible selfishness. Basically, you can't pour from an empty cup. That is a great one. So good. You're right. You've got to be selfish, because when your cup is empty, you are not giving any liquid to anyone else, right? Okay. Oh, here's another one. Another practice. Practice makes perfect. Right? Years ago, I was at PlannerCon, and I was there with Carpe Diem, Simple Stories on Carpe Diem, and I worked for Carpe Diem, or Simple Stories, for 6 years. So we were there. We had a booth, and I was teaching classes and things like that. And then I was in a class as an attendee. Corey Speaker, the Reset Girl, was teaching a class, and one of the things that she said just hit me like a ton of bricks, and it's always stayed with me ever since. She said, you can't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. You can't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. And that one is very much, I think, in line with the practice makes perfect. So I'm going to write that down. You can't compare your beginning. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's okay. Beginning to someone else's middle. The reason I said, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm writing too fast and trying to talk at the same time, and misspelled that one too. So you can't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. Whether that's, again, a career, whether that is a relationship, whether that is weight loss or fitness, whether that is art, right? Let's say you sit down and you want to make amazing oil paintings, and you look at Bob Ross and you go, hello, I'm never going to be that good. Well, granted, it was his end because he's no longer living, but you never know when you're comparing yourself to someone else where they are in their journey. So if you're just starting out stamping, and you're looking at someone who's done different layers and blended and all these things, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm horrible, I'm giving up. Well, that person could be stamping for 20 years and you're just starting. So you can't compare your beginning to someone else's middle. Lori, tomorrow is never promised. Very good. So live for today, right? The Rollins fam said there will always be someone better than what you are your best at. Very true. Diane, my grandfather told me to always date your pictures. That's a great one. Like when we say always date your lists, always date your pictures. Always buy the shoes or always eat the cake. Yeah, because guess what? If you don't buy the shoes, they're going to be in your head for the next 3 days, and you're going to go back to buy them, and they're going to be gone, and then you're going to think about those shoes forever, and you'll be so sad. Okay. Let's see. So I've got a little orange. I think we might be ready for a pink again. I think let's go with the pink again. Oh yeah, I have plenty of these little guys to work with here, don't I? Alrighty, so let's see what else we have. Practice makes perfect. Oh, this is a good one. And this is kind of in the same lines, but really totally different. Don't try to keep up with the Joneses, right? Don't try to keep up with the Joneses. Joneses. Oh my gosh, Joneses. I'm just struggling writing today. Don't try to keep up with the Joneses, right? What do they say? Comparison is the thief of joy, right? Don't do it. Don't do it. If your neighbor buys a boat, you don't have to buy a boat. If your best friend buys the shoes, you don't have to buy the shoes. Joneses, I know. Joneses, I know. That's a hard one, right? So it's Darium. I don't believe it's an S apostrophe because that is possessive. And you're not, the Joneses, the Joneses, I don't know. Joneses, I don't know what it is. I have lots of misspellings here. That's another one. Life is too short. Don't redo something, right? Uh-oh. Hang on a second. I need the bell for Nick. Hang on. Oh, no. I thought maybe his car alarm was going off in the garage, but that was someone else. Okay, here we go. We're just about done, friends. I think we need another orange. Let's do this orange. We need another orange. All right. So this is one of those, you guys, that we talk about. This is like a time capsule list. Because what is on my list right now for life lessons, probably very different than if I had done this list at 20, okay? Or cute little Ariana that's in the group sometimes. She's 15. If she was doing this list, it's probably very different than my list. So this is one of those lists that very much a time capsule, and it's kind of a good one to maybe do every few years because what would be on your list totally changes. A true friend will always be there whether they agree with your thoughts or ways. Very good. Very, very good. If you have to think about it, the answer is probably no. That kind of goes hand in hand with Noelle's. She said, you can say no. Yeah, we talked about last week in one of our lists, things I need to practice, saying no, right? All right. Look here's my comparison. It's kind of the same thing. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't compare yourself. This is a big one. This is for sure a big one in my world. Do what you love. Right? Do what you love. For me, I made a huge life change 4 years ago. Well, actually, I made a big life change about, what would that have been? 10 years ago, where I left my career in software startups to do this kind of thing, but working for Simple Stories. And then 4 years ago, big change again, where I left Simple Stories to turn my side hustle into a full-time thing, and that's mail by mail. Okay, so I am done, almost. There's something I need to do, 2 things. I need to date this. So I think I'm going to pull out my my small roller date stamp, and it would be April 8th. And I think I am going to do that right over here, kind of right under the Ines, to the right of the little descender in P. So we'll do that in black because it will bring in a little bit more black over to this side. Where's my little tester notebook? You always still want to test. Even though I used this last week, it's possible that one of the days or months or year could have rolled. There's another reason why we test, because my 8 was not quite in line where I wanted it to be. There we go. That looks good. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy craft supplies. Yes. And craft supplies equals happiness. So money can buy happiness. Money can't buy happiness, but it doesn't hurt. There we go. Happiness is a choice. Right. Nancy, I could do better at this. Just think it, but don't say it. Right. Just think it, but don't say it. Some people just are not capable of telling the truth. You have to find the answer for yourself. Yes, such good ones, you guys. Thank you for sharing. Okay, there we go. April 8th, 2023. And I feel like I need one more little thing down here. Maybe a little word strip. Oh, no, not a word strip. Yes, we're going to use a word strip, but guess what? We are not going to use a word strip sticker because I kind of got a little bit close. So we are going to use a word strip stamp from my highlights, word strip stamps. There we go, highlights. So let's see what we have. We have This Happened, Good Days, One of Those Days, Happy Days Ahead. That's kind of one, right? Happy Days Ahead. Life Lessons, More of This, Please. Take time to relax. That could be a life lesson. I think For the Record, that would work, right? For the Record could go right there. I think we'll do For the Record. I always say, if it looks like you need something, the answer is a word strip. Whether it's a word strip stamp or whether it is a word strip sticker. Always, always, always. So that will be a nice little way to kind of end that right there. So let's get out our, what did I do with my little stamping notebook here? Oh, I threw it on the floor. All right. So we are going to test it because we always test it. Now, I don't know if I primed that one yet or not. The reason I am stamping a couple different times, I am getting a feel for the pressure, okay? I'm getting a feel for the pressure that I need to apply. Very fine detail on that stamp. I'm going to make some really obvious things. I'm going to stamp a couple things and then I will talk about them. So give me one sec while I do this. Okay, here's some different pressure examples. Really the first two, I was pressing very light. And you know what? That, for this type of stamp, a word strip stamp, since those are really small letters and pretty finely detailed letters, I don't need to press very hard. So those are the first two. I didn't press very hard here. When I get to the third one, do you see how the F is kind of fuzzy? I pressed a little bit harder towards the left side instead of the right side. And then that one, that is what happened when I pressed really hard. You need to play around with the pressure in your stamps a little bit. The harder you press when you have very fine, small stamps, in this case words and letters, the harder you press, it is going to flatten out the stamp. And when you flatten out the stamp, it's going to get super blurry. So just play around with the pressure a little bit until you get a feel for what it looks like. And make sure that you are stamping right side up and not upside down. And I will go right there. Okay, there we go. For the record. If I had messed that up and it was really blurry or it was uneven, in that case, I would have just taken a little tiny piece of white cardstock like this. Actually, let's do this. I would just do that. Now, it's really light because I didn't re-ink it, but I would re-ink it, do that, and then cut that, and then put it right over the top of it. So it was almost like I created my own little word strip sticker. So there's always, when you're stamping, if you mess something up, you can always fix it, right? I could just put that over it and then it'd be fine. All right, friends, so there we have it. There is our first list. That's our first list. Creative Cindy said that's good advice. If you need something to grab word stickers, I will definitely keep that in mind and do it when I'm scrapbooking. Yes, any of your projects. To me, if it seems like there's just something missing, that by putting that down there, that just kind of whoop, ends it, right? It ends it. And for the record, those highlight word strips are, that's what they are. They're just highlights. They're really good generic stickers, or not stickers, generic words that work for lots of different things. Oh, what's this one doing now? I didn't use anything with that. I guess we'll put that back in here. Oh, if you were wondering, I found my 23 from last week. I don't remember where, oh geez. I don't remember where I found it, but I found it. Okay, so for the record, put that back. Put them back right away. I don't know if Melissa's here. Melissa Livingston, if you are here, I still need to respond to your email, but Melissa asked a great question this week that I thought I would answer. And Melissa, I'll still answer yours because we need to have a little bit longer chat about it, just in case something else is going on. But Melissa said, hey, sometimes my stamps do not want to stick to They're backer sheets. Denise, that pouch was a 4x6. So these pouches, these stamp sleeves, I have on my website in 3 sizes. So it's these little guys. It doesn't obviously say highlights. I added that with a label sticker, but 3x4, 4x6, and 6x8. So that is that's a 4x6. They're great for storing your stamps in. So Melissa asked, sometimes my stamps do not stick to the little backer sheet. They just fall off, right? They fall off, or the forward sheet. Why is it happening, and what can I do to prevent that? The reason why that happens is dust, lint will get on the backs of your stamps. And when you have dust and lint on the back of your stamps, they will not stick to not only the sheet, but they also won't stick to the stamping block. So all you need to do is take a little bit of water and clean the back side of that stamp and let it dry, and then it will stick again. All right, so there we go. There is our first list. Let's go ahead and put it in here. Now, I may end up going out of, I gotta figure out what I'm doing here, because for whatever reason, I left those 2 places. I'm actually just going, no, I won't do that. I'll do something else there later. We'll put something else there later. We'll put these here now. But I do have some single page lists that we'll get to today that I will go back and put on one of those. Actually, I should probably just put them on those pages. Okay. I just turned that upside down. It's easier for me. I'm right-handed, so it's easier to do that. And then this one will go here. And that is our list, 2-page list, life lessons using Flower Child. Every so often we talk about this as an idea. If you are listing, you make your list, but then have other people in your life maybe make the list too, right? So I could go give Nick a piece of cardstock and say, hey, Nick, write down in the life lessons that you've learned in life, right? And then I could put, like, these are life lessons from my perspective, from his perspective. Maybe I have Sam do it. What are life lessons from his perspective? Or you ask your kids or grandkids or nieces or nephews or neighbors or friends or whatever it is. So sometimes it's fun to get the perspective of other people in your list, because it's just part of that story that you're telling. Because this is a story, right? I'm memory keeping. I'm documenting. There's no photos here, but I'm still documenting memory keeping. All right, our next list, our second list is, let me get these things put away really quick, okay? Just give me 1 sec while I get all of these things put away. I'll do a little bit of talking while I am getting these things put away. Our next list is called In the News. His and hers. There you go, Denise. His and hers. In the News. In the News is a list that we started doing, I want to say beginning of 2022, maybe spring of 2022, maybe about a year ago. We started doing it because I came out with a specific In the News stamp set. Prior to that, in my About Last Month that I do every month, I was including some news items and some items about me or my family or whatever. So what I found was happening, I was running out of room for all the things I wanted to add. And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to start doing a separate list. I don't know if I have one of my things in here. Anyhow, I started doing a separate list for In the News. And I have a stamp set that I'll be using for In the News. When we do the In the News list, it's very important in the chat and in the comments after the video is done that we do not politicize anything, okay? That is my request. We do not politicize anything. The news can be very political because that's our world in the US, and it can be very polarizing, and we don't want that here, right? Nobody wants to come here and get into discussions about politics. So the things that I will be adding to my In the News list, although they are very newsworthy, and although some of them are very political, they are just things on my list. I'm not talking about what happened. I'm not talking about whether it was good or bad. I'm not giving any extra added flavor as I'm talking about things that are on my list. They're just items on my list. So I would ask that from you guys as well. If you would refrain from, you can certainly talk about what would be on your list. I would just ask that you refrain from, I don't know where my pouch is for that. I would ask that you refrain from any kind of commentary. Even if it's something good, because you may think it's something good, but someone else may not agree with you, and we don't want to go there. All right. So, I need the stamp set in the news. In the news, I keep my 5x7s in a different size because those sleeves don't come in 5x7. I mean, I could put them in a 6x8 if I wanted. Let's see. It's Darium said, I love the way that you approach the in the news segments. Can you offer some tips on how we can record news for future use? Explain a little bit more. Explain a little bit more what you're asking, because I don't know if I understand. One of the things I will tell you is I always get questions about where do you get all the things that you put on your list? Like, where are you getting your news from? I, a couple weeks ago, added a post in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, a list of like 10 different news sources that will email you 5 days a week or 7 days a week, a synopsis of the news. There are some on there that I use. There are some on there that I don't use. I tried very hard to be to cover lots of bases. When I say lots of bases, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, NPR, 1440, The Skim. So there's a whole wide range to try to make sure I covered as many bases as I could. Like I said, I don't subscribe to them all. They're all free. I don't subscribe to them all. It doesn't matter which ones I subscribe to, but that is a good way to get those things. If you, it's pushed to you every day, right? So you get it every day. And then when those things, when I go, oh, that's newsworthy, then I just, I have a running list on my phone in a note. And I just, on that running list, I just add them. And then when it comes time to do this list, I pull whichever ones I want. But I also, like in the morning when I'm getting ready, I have the Today Show on. And, if the news is on at night or something like that, and I hear something, I might go, oh, you know what? That's something. And I add it to my list. So lots of different sources. I've opened my little bin right now for the Brighton collection. So the Brighton collection was the collection I used when I did the butterflies on the March About last month. So I'm just looking for some really generic pieces that I could use. So that's what you see me doing over here. I'm just pulling some kind of generic pieces out. Some of these are die cuts and some of these are from the paper repack. So that paper repack, well, it's empty because they're all in here. They are, okay, got it. Thanks. Darium said you keep the running list on your phone and notes. I've got it. Okay, understand. Got it. Thank you. Let's see. Denise is talking about the storage containers. These storage containers, it's a constant, some of us really like to organize and reorganize and organize and reorganize, and we're always looking for the best thing for us. This is something, these little storage containers that I've been using, I don't know, for maybe 3 or 4 months now. They fit 8.5 by 11 size things, which works really well because that's kind of fits all the size that I use for my traveler's notebooks as we do our Saturday sessions. So these are linked in the description box of the video. All right, so I think that's a good start. Sometimes it's hard within the news. For a long time, I was trying to stay very neutral in terms of products I was using, no color and stuff, because let's face it, most of the time the news is not happy. And then I'm like, you know what, forget it. It's my list. I can do whatever I want. If I decide I want to add butterflies or if I want to add, other things, then I can do it. So that's what I'm doing. I just pulled out some different things there that will make work. And let's put this off to the side for a minute. I've also pulled out the 6x8 paper pad from Brighton. I will always enunciate Brighton. Brighton is where our boys went to high school. Brighton. There is a town in Utah called Layton. Sometimes you have buttons on your shirt. In Utah, it's very common to drop some words in, some of the letters in there. So Brighton, 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 you do not enunciate. So I try to always enunciate Brighton, Brighton. Hi, Carly, just popping in. Okay, so here we go. Let's decide. This will be a 2-page list. So let's bring this in. Let's decide. Oh, well, I always start with the photo. So this is a 5x7 photo of different newsworthy events that happened during the month of May. All of these you'll notice are black and white. The last couple of months, I have changed all the colors of the photos to black and white because this is what, well, I don't have an example of what happens. But here is my last in the news list. So black and white. The reason I do that is what I started noticing over time is a lot of the photos that were in my, in the news had a lot of red in them and a lot of blue in them. And I just didn't really like the way that was looking. It made it hard to work with other kinds of products. So I just changed them to black and white on my camera roll. The place that I go to get the photos, Google, okay? So something that was very newsworthy in our country, in the United States, in the month of March was that former President Trump was indicted. So that is I searched for a photo of former President Trump and saved it to my camera roll, turned it black and white. And when I was printing this on the Epson PictureMate, using that Epson Creative Print app, that's how I got the photos in those little areas. I had turned it black and white first. So all of those photos turned black and white. And from Google, just from Google. Alrighty, so if that is going to be, that will go, that almost always goes on the right facing page when I do this list. So that will go there. And then I am going to create a pocket. It's been a long time since we've done one of these. So I'm going to create a pocket with the typewriter. And then I'm going to actually write my list on library cards that I stamp using my library card stamp. So I need to have a base for this because otherwise it will look quite boring. So let's take a look at, I don't know. This is the hard thing, you guys. I mean, the news is, let's be honest, in the country of the United States where I live, the news is not very happy. So my list could always be just yucky and unhappy because everything is just down and all black and white. Or I could say, you know what, that's fine. I'm just going to do whatever I want over here. And yeah. So if I wanted to do that, I could do that. And then maybe, I don't know. I probably won't end up using a lot of these things. I just pulled out a bunch. There's birds on there. My birds were upside down. I had dead birds. My birds were upside down. It's sleeping birds. Sleeping birds, not dead birds. Okay, so maybe I use that one. Now, I've never done this, but I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I've been thinking about, it'd be nice every so often to do a, like in the news with good news, right? In the news with good news. Like there was a story, a news story that, oh my goodness, made me cry the other day, well, a couple weeks ago maybe. So I'm just going to start trimming my paper and stuff as I'm chatting. It was talking about a young woman who was a pilot, is a pilot. She was flying one of her first very solo flights. She was taking off by herself in a little plane. And her front tire on the airplane came off. She, unbeknownst to her, she did not know that, but another pilot in the area saw that happen. So he reached out to air traffic control and said, so this just happened. And they got on the radio with her and were talking to her and let her know. And this pilot got on the radio and started talking to her and talked her through the whole thing and said, it's okay, kiddo, you've got this. And he asked her name, and her name was, I don't remember what her name was, but he's like, oh my goodness, that's my daughter's name. but just talked her through the whole thing. This young girl landed the plane with missing a front tire, and they interviewed both of them, and it was just, oh my gosh, they're both Taylor. There we go. Jody knows the story. Yes. Okay. So the girl, the young lady, her name was Taylor. Is Taylor. I shouldn't say was, because she's very much alive, not hurt at all. Did not get hurt at all. Yeah, it was just, that was one of those good news stories. And so I thought, I've been thinking, maybe every so often we should do a good news story, like good news from the last few months. There's another one I saw recently, that there are two 80-year-old women that I think were both widows. They were widowed and just had said that they wanted to take a trip around the world. And they either just came back from or on the trip right now, the two 80-year-old women doing a trip around the world. So there's lots of, there's always these good news stories that you see on, I don't know, again, the Today Show. I just always have that on the background in the morning. The Today Show, Hoda Kotb always does a sweet little thing about, something cute or whatever, but that didn't make a lot of sense. If you've seen it, you know what I mean. But a lot of times our world is all stuck on all of these bad things, although that's not bad. But anyhow, a lot of the bad things. So I think we may every once in a while try to bring in a good thing. Okay. If you guys are good with that, I think we might do that. All right. So here's this paper. We will do this next. There was one where you heard about a boat that was in the middle of the ocean that, was sinking, and the people, you always see those, and oh my gosh, that always make me cry, because then they miraculously survived. And spreading the good news. Spreading the good news. So I've been thinking about this periodically. I need to just write it down. So, spreading the good news. And then guess what? When it's spreading the good news, then I'm absolutely okay telling the story, and then I think it was a good thing. Like when that man helped the cute Taylor land the plane. I'm totally okay with giving my commentary there. I think everybody is okay with me giving my commentary there. And if you don't like me talking about a good news like that, then guess what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I shouldn't say I'm sorry. That's not my problem. That's your problem. Yes. Okay, so here is the typewriter stamp that is part of that in the new stamp set. So typewriter stamp, I am going to use, I need a larger stamping block. So here's a couple things that you can do. And I'm going to Susan just did something fun with that the other day. You can use, the reason I had grids put on the pencil board is that if you needed to, you could use that as a large stamping block. So, getting a little bit of glare there. I could use this as a large stamping block, and then I have the grids to be able to line that stamp up. So I could use that if I wanted. Pencil boards, by the way, they don't come colored. So that is colored. That one is navy. So you have navy, you have that. The way that you do that, it's the same for the zero centering rulers. You take a little bit of acrylic and you paint the back side where the etching is. So that's the 12-inch zero centering ruler. You paint the back side, then you can see all of the little marks. Same thing with the pencil board. Just white etching, you paint the back side, and then you can see. Okay, so I'm going to use this guy. Hi, Edith. Yes, we should have more good news in the world. I agree. Deborah, I can see your chat posts. Deborah said, can anyone see my chat posts? They're not showing up on my screen. Yes, I can see it. All right, so here we go. There is my typewriter stamp. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to actually stamp this on patterned paper. I'm going to stamp with black on patterned paper. So we'll make it look a little bit different. Let's see, what did Pamela do? Oh, Pamela. Hi, Pamela. Pamela said, made it to my very first live and started my first Traveler's Notebook yesterday. Congratulations. I am so happy for you. That makes me very happy for you. All right, ink that up with black. They're so out. That just reminded me, I still need to do a poll in the Facebook group. Those of you that don't list, just asking why you don't list. I mean, if you want to answer. I think a lot of you just don't know how to get started, are afraid to get started. Hi, Edith. Edith says, Edith here, your USPS clerk, the U.S. Postal Service clerk. So excited to catch you live again. Well, we're excited to have you with us, Edith. Welcome, welcome. Big props to the people like you, the Postal Service people. I have talked a few times about the postman, that postal carrier, I guess. That's probably more politically correct. I don't know, postman, postal carrier. I did not test this first. I just realized that's okay. I'm just giving it good, even pressure to make sure that we get a nice, good stamped image. There we go. Look at how nice and crisp that is. It's a big difference between a photopolymer stamp, a stamp made in the US, and an acrylic stamp. The fine lines, super crisp. So, yes, that's good. Yes, my postal carrier, Scott. Scott is a saint. Scott is a saint. As I'm cleaning this, I'll just tell you a little bit about Scott. Most of your packages are shipped via the U.S. Postal Service. By far the majority, oh yes, of the 20,000 plus orders that I've done, that we hit 20,000. I hit 20,000 earlier this week. So all of the 20,000 orders, not all, I'd say probably 98% go via the post office, postal service. That means Scott, the mailman, comes and gets all of those, you guys. The day before, go onto the website, the Postal Service website, and request a pickup, and he comes and picks up all of the orders, so it's a lot. He is pretty awesome. He, after about a year, he gave me his cell phone number. You talk about customer service. He gave me his cell phone number and said, listen, if I'm ever not working and someone else is there and you need anything and your orders don't get picked up, just don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, the Postal Service does not provide cell phones to employees. That is his personal cell phone that he gave me his phone number. He is awesome. So, Edith, I'm sure you were likewise a very awesome Postal Service employee. So thank you for your work. And thank you to the mailman, Scott. Oh, the UPS guy is good too, but he's awesome. He's Jeff, but normally he's just bringing things. He's not picking things up. Unless I'm traveling and teaching in person, then he's a saint because he picks up like 10, 20 boxes, big boxes, because kits are being shipped to the store, the event where I'm teaching. But he's mostly bringing large boxes of product. All right, so there we go. I just cut out the typewriter. Pam, yes, that was you. Pam, I know you emailed me, and then I never responded back, and then I just took a screenshot of that and posted it on social media. Pam emailed and said, oh my gosh, I just realized I was order number 20,000. Yes, that is 4 years, you guys. It was like 4 years and 3 days that hit 20,000, which it's really, most of that is the last 3 years, because the first year I was really only doing like project kits. So, all right, there we go. So there is my, that's going to be a pocket. Hi, Bridget. Okay, so I'm going to put this off to the side for a minute, and I need to stamp some library cards. So, library cards. This is one of the very first stamp sets I came out with. The library card and the Bullets and More, the original Bullets and More. This is what a very well used and loved stamp looks like. Now, that's me, that's not you. The reason mine looks like that is sometimes in classes, I use these too. So there have been probably thousands of library cards stamped with this stamp set. That's why it looks like it does. So that's also why I have another one in here. It still works the same way. All right. I can already feel the back of that. Look, you can even see, you can see the like, little dust and lint that is probably going to have a difficult time trying to stick to my stamping block. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little spray bottle and my little microfiber cloth, okay, and spray that little cloth and wipe that off. Just wiping the backside of that off, getting all that yucky dust and dirt and all the stuff that is going to prevent that from sticking to my stamping block. All right, now it's all sticky again. Ew, that was really dirty. Dry that off. And again, I'm drying with that microfiber cloth because guess what? That means I'm not gonna I just cleaned off all those little dust and things, right? Lint and dust. I don't wanna put it back on with a cloth that's going to add it. So there we go. I need this guy. Again, if I don't have a big stamping block like this, I can use pencil board. Different size stamping blocks are good investment. It's like one of the life lessons, have the right tool for the job, right? If you are trying to, well, obviously you can't use this stamping block for this stamp set, but you could use this stamping block for one of these little tiny stamps. The problem is the larger surface area you have on your stamping block, the harder it is to get that centered and have it, not centered, but get it, the impression even. So you try to want to have a good assortment of stamping blocks, a little bit smaller, larger for your stamps. All right, so we need white cardstock again. White cardstock again. Oh, look it. That's the drawing of one of the next stamp sets that's coming out. Did you see that? Did you see it? Did you see it? I never would have thought to make a stamp out of that, but you guys, oh, I'm not going to cut this yet. You guys made it very loud and clear when I showed a sneak peek of one of the last stamp sets that, because that's what you guys thought it was. And you were very excited about it. So I'll show you what I mean in a second. All right, so we get this all nice and inked up. With something like this, because there's a large surface area, you want to make sure you really get it all inked up well, right? Really get it inked up well. Sorry, I know that's making a lot of annoying noise. All right, here we go. Nope. No Traveler's Notebook sneak yet. I have them. But I'm not going to show them until I have a ship date. When I have a ship date, then I'll know when the release date will be. So not yet, just not ready yet. That's hard. That's like, yep, Louisa, it is Nina Bright White, 110 pound. We had a conversation about this earlier. So look what I did. I didn't quite get that inked as well as I needed to. Now, I can't restamp, well, I could try to restamp that again, but I'm not going to restamp that again. If I was using a MISTI or a stamping platform, I could restamp it again because the stamp would be in the same place as the paper was. But I can actually still use that. I'll show you why. A part of it's going to be hidden. So that bottom part will be hidden. Okay, I think we'll be good on that one. Let's see. I do love them. I do, but it's almost like, I don't know. It's probably like okay, this is going to be totally different. So please don't say this is what I'm saying. Don't think this is what I'm saying. Like some celebrities will not show their children for a long time. And then there's so much like build up. So then it's like, oh my gosh, it's kind of very personal to show your child to the world. That's what I'm saying. That's a very personal, it's a big thing. It's big for me to have my own Traveler's Notebooks, but it will be very personal. So yeah, they'll come. As soon as I have ship date from the factory. Oh, okay. Let's get our little wipe out there. Clean those little blots up of ink. We don't want that. All right. I am not going to clean this right now. All right. I'm not going to clean it. because it's going to take me a little while to clean it and I need to re-wet my stamp chamois. So I'm just going to set it off to the side. By the way, too, that discoloration that you saw on the stamp, that is 100% a discoloration in the stamp itself. Not, it will not affect the stamped color. So if your stamps over time start to get on a little bit of a yellow tint, depending on the kind of stamp it is, or they start to turn black because you stamp with them quite often in black, as long as you've cleaned them thoroughly, then it's just the stamp itself that is that way. If you stamp in yellow, it's not going to affect it. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? TK, I'll adopt your TN children and take very good care of them. I will not judge them. I will not judge them. I will tell you, they're all patterns, and they're all patterns that I had someone design specifically for me. Like I said, this is what I want. And some nailed it the very first time. Other times there's a little bit of back and forth. One of them is a floral. And that one was a very, that is very much a black back and forth when you have somebody create a floral, because there's so many different parts of it, right? But yes, they're very excited. I will be very excited to share them as soon as I'm ready to share them. All right, so I'm just cutting out these. Now I did these obviously on white cardstock, but I could stamp the library cards. I stamp the library cards sometimes on pattern paper. So just like we did the typewriter, I could stamp on pattern paper and then it would just, you know, write my list. I have a pattern paper library card. So the reason why I did a library card stamp, I've been using library cards in kind of one specific place quite a bit. I'm going to grab this just because we haven't talked library cards in a while, so I will show you. Have to get it from across the room. Might as well have a hydration break while we're chatting. So we have a quick sip of my water. That's a great one. Things in life that are free. I love it. Things in life that are free. So I'm going to my handy dandy little workbook here and going to the list ideas section. And we have Rhonda, things in life that are free. Oh, I know. I can show you one more thing if you want to see. Rhonda. What's Rhonda's last name, Rhonda? Rhonda. Terry just brought up a great suggestion. She said she pre-stamps a stack of library cards, so she has a stash of them ready to go. Yes, if there are stamps that you have that you use frequently, maybe you want to be creative, but you don't feel like you're being very creative. Do something like that. Do something. Take out your stamps and just do a bunch of repeats of the same stamp so that when you are ready, then you have them ready. Do I like the Tim Holtz Timmer? I do very much, Pam. It's, you know what? It's, again, it's a bigger one that I find makes it a little bit hard to bring out in and out when we're working. Hi, Mom. Nice to see you. Oh, hey, I need to call you later. Something about Mother's Day because Nick and I leave that day, so I will call you. I have a plan. All right, we were talking library cards. So this is how the library cards kind of came about. If you ever wonder why, how I come up with ideas for stamps. So this is one of my traveler's notebooks. I was doing national parks. As we were going to national parks, I was documenting national parks the same way. Do you see there's kind of a pattern going here? Bryce Canyon, Zion. This is Dead Horse Point State Park. I'm in the middle of it, still documenting. But what I was doing for each of those, I had a library pocket. So there's a library pocket right here, adding a photo to the library pocket. And then in the library pocket, I was tucking a library card and I was doing the journaling on the library card. Well, the only problem with that was the library card has stuff on it that's not pertinent to what I'm doing. And it was having vertical lines that were getting in the way. So I loved the thought of a library card in library pockets, but didn't want due date, borrower's name, room number, and so forth. That is why you have this. No, not yeah. Yes, Mom, I'm taking you on our 28th anniversary trip to Europe. Wouldn't that be pretty spectacular? I'm leaving my mother on Mother's Day. Don't worry, it'll be fun. I mean, what we're gonna do. So here we go, regular library card, and then that's why I came with library card stamp, because we can have the look and feel of library card without having all those little words that get in the way. All right, and then they fit obviously in the library pockets. Okay, so there we go. My idea is here are the library cards. Where is the typewriter? Here we go. I'm taking you to the airport. You probably could. No, but it's on Mother's Day. Well, I guess I'm the only kid that you have here, so you might not mind. All right, so if I create a pocket out of the typewriter, then my lists could go on the library card, right? So the way that I create the pocket, there's a couple things that I can do. Really, I need to have this whole surface area open. I would not do this in my traveler's notebook, what I'm about to tell you, but if I wanted to do this in another project where I didn't care so much about the bulk, the product I could use to create the pocket would be, hang on, I gotta get it. I have to look, hold on. Oh goodness. I think it's here somewhere. Hold on, friends, I gotta go in another drawer. Okay, it's like this, but it's not this. Oh goodness, oh, whoopsie. Oh, this is a little bit better. Okay, here we go, sorry. I did not grab this out ahead of time. I could use foam tape. Oh, Kathy, the dimensions of the library card. The dimensions of the library card stamp, it is a little bit, well, it's 3 inches by 4 and 11, no, 4 and 13/16. There we go. I had to get out my 0 centering ruler that has 1/16 of an inch marked. So that is the actual size of a standard library card. So it is 3 inches wide by 4 and 7/8. Not 7/8. 4 and 13/16. Okay. So there we go. Oh yeah, so if I was using something, if I was putting this in something where I didn't care about the bulk, I could use foam tape. Now, I would not use this foam tape because this would be too wide. The wider your adhesive on your pocket, the narrower the inside of your pocket for things to fit. They actually make foam tape that's really, really narrow. So if I use foam tape, that makes my pocket have more room to put things in. So if I was using that on a mini book or a layout or something like that where I really didn't care about the bulk, then I would use that. But I care about the bulk here, right? I don't want to have lots of bulk. So what I'm going to do is I have 1/8 inch thick. Thank you, Colleen. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1/8 inch thick double-sided tape. If I go with 1/8 inch thick, that way whoopsie, there's a pop dot stuck on my finger. That way I take up very little, very, very, very little width to create my pocket, right? Basically, I take away very little. I'm basically taking away 1/8 of an inch. And I'm not going all the way to the top. And then here is my bottom. Didn't sound right. Here's the bottom of the pocket. That sounds much better. All right, so now I need to decide where I want that to go before I do anything. So if this goes here, see, it really kind of doesn't matter that that's not quite. Remember how I had a little issue with stamping that? If I'm stamping with black like I did, I can even fix that by bringing in my little black Sharpie, my go-to pen. Ta-da! See how I fixed it? And then you can see here that it's a little sparse. Now, I don't really care because you're not going to see it, but this is kind of a good opportunity to talk about how you can fix it when something like that happens, right? You see that? See, I don't have to get sad if it doesn't quite stamp right. Either I could stamp over, I could stamp it again on another piece of cardstock. I could turn it over, stamp again, whatever it is. Yes, there will be a die for that typewriter in the future. Absolutely. Hopefully the not too distant future. Andy, who does a lot of the stamps for me, designs a lot of the stamps, or I work with to design the stamps once I decide what I want. She is working on dies right now for the clipboard stamps, the listed stamps. So she is taking the leap there. And as soon as she gets that all figured out, then I'll be ready. So she's kind of doing all that first, and then I'll be ready to go. All right, I know where I kind of want it to go. This is a little tip when it comes to working with your double-sided tape. If you've worked with double-sided tape before, you know you basically have one shot to get it down. If it's crooked, oh well. If you didn't get it where you wanted, oh well, because it's really sticky and it's there. See how I just revealed, I don't know, a half, a third, just a little bit, not all of it. I just peeled back a little bit. Now that gives me the opportunity to move this anywhere that I need because it's not sticking. I never would have been able to do that if I had completely pulled off all the backing. So I think this will be good about right here. Now I gently pull those pieces out and I have it exactly where I want it to be, and it is straight. Straight-ish, right? Straight-ish. Let's see. Let me see what we're talking about. National Park Passport for the stamps and stickers. If you go to, we're going to totally segue for a minute, you guys. There are a couple of different things that you can do. There's a company called Travel Stamps, and I have not done it yet, but I bought it and I have all the things. This is sometimes what we do. If you aren't familiar with this name, and you go to national parks, you're probably familiar with these stickers, right? These are in generally all of the national parks, and you also see them in state parks as well. So they have a little binder that you can do. These are all the stickers. So here's another interesting thing. If you go to Travel Stamps, and I have no affiliation with them, I get nothing for talking about them. Me personally, I like to do this. They have a website called, I think it's travelstamps.com. If you've gone to national parks and you now are deciding that you want to do this, you can go online and order these from them. And then they have this little book. So you have the little book, and you can put your little stamps. So you can put your little stamp right there. You can talk about wherever you were or your trip. You can also use the same book if you wanted to document to get the little stamps. The little stamps, hang on, I'm going to explain this, and I'll explain this better in a sec because I'll show you this. These little stamps. So when you go to any national park, they have a little stamping station where it says that you actually stamp it, the name of the national park, the city, and the date. So you could, if you have your book like this, take that in with you and stamp it. If not, you could just use an extra piece of paper to do it. Or here's another thing that you can do. These little books, these books I do carry. This is Bobo Design. This is her Wanderlust Passport series. This is a National Parks edition. So the National Parks edition, she has the space in there to do your national parks cancellations. That's what that is. So that can go right in there. So lots of different ways. Now, there's another way. There is another little, it's like I want to say a blue, maybe a little blue spiral bound passport, that not a real passport, but that you could put your, that's cancellations in. I guess that's what they're called, the cancellations. So let me just put this back. That was total segue, but sometimes when you guys are talking about things and I can add my 2 cents, I like to add my 2 cents. Okay. Blue, yes. Oh, Pamela, I like that idea. So has anyone done a traveler's notebook on sunsets? I love that idea. Love it, love it, love it. That's a great idea. Okay. All right. So there's our little pocket. And now I have my little lists that can go in the pocket. Did you know that? Did you know that the typewriter wide enough to put your library card in? Isn't that kind of fun, right? So I will have 2 little lists that go in here like this and like this. So now what I need to do is I'm not quite sure why I pulled all of these out. I think I was thinking I was going to do a library card. A library pocket. So really, there's nothing. There's really none of that I'm going to use. It's really just, although I could use this. If I used this, I'm going to use this. This is and this is from Papery, the Brighton Papery, and I'll use it because it kind of matches. It is they call it a washi sticker because it is very translucent like washi would be. Oh, I know, this will be interesting though. So we'll put that right there. So now it just brings in a little bit more color over here. Now, what I should have done, I should have tested this out before. Because it is a washi sticker, the top of it kind of has the consistency. It feels like washi. So it is probably, I need to be thinking about what kind of pen that I want to use on that. I am going to go back to this little set here. I need to find one of the other washi stickers that is in here because I really should test this. Look at that dog. Isn't that cute? There are multiples, so I don't necessarily need to find the same one, but what I do need to do is, I'll just take that one. I do need to test my pen on that. So because it has a coating on it, I am thinking that I want to use the photo signature marker. It is designed for writing on photos. Photos have a coating on them. So I'm going to let that sit for a minute and we will test that in a minute. Ideally, I will write date in here. I will write the date in there. I also have another idea. Okay, too many ideas right now. So I am going to do in the news. Aha, let's do a little masking. We're going to do a little bit of masking. So I would like to use the in the news. It is a little bit wide. It's kind of too wide and narrow. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of masking. So I would like to do in the and then news below. That's my thought, but we have to test it first to see how it works. So, oh, look it. Those are some of my lists. Shirley, Big Shirl, if you're on, these are my notes. She and I were together at the end of January, and she came up with a great list idea. I just have to figure out how to word it. Like famous landmarks that you've been to. Space Needle, Golden Gate Bridge, the Redwood Forest, Disneyland, the Hollywood sign, Statue of Liberty. So that could be a fun one that we do in the future. I just happened to notice that because that needs to go back in here because that's part of my list of lists. All right. Today's a play day. We're playing with lots of different things today and talking about lots of different things. So we are going to, let me just do this. So if I want, other than cutting my stamp, and I could do that, but I don't want to do that, right? Don't want to cut the stamp. So I can mask it. So what I am going to do is, we'll use black. Either, I'll need a stamping block. Either I could, hang on, where's that other stamping block that I had? That was the bigger one. Hold on, bear with me. Oh, here it is. Does it fit on this? The Sharpie. So the Sharpie might work, but it might not. We'll test that one too. Let's take the Sharpie. I'll put Sharpie over here. We definitely want to let them dry because this is a glossy surface. It needs a little bit of time. All right, so in the news, I want to mask it because I want in the on top and news below. So there's a couple ways I can do that. Number one, I could just get my ink out and try to only ink in the. So that gets a little bit harder to do. Like I got a little bit on the end. I mean, if I was careful, I could do that, right? The other thing I could do would be to come right here and put a, no, not a sticky. I'm going to put the sticky here. Actually, I'm going to put the sticky over here. And if I want to stamp in the, I stamp in the right there, and then whatever residual ink that I had on the end now is on the sticky, and I remove the sticky, and then I have in the. Big Cheryl, you're here. Hi, Big Cheryl. Nice to see you. Okay. That just reminded me of something because I was going to show you something. There were two things I was going to show you. Golly, I'm all over the place today, aren't I? When I showed you that little sneak peek of the stamp that's coming, that stamp that's coming, well, it's actually two stamps, are these boxes, okay? So the boxes that I use quite a bit when I do our lists, that I will create little boxes for things on my list if I need a little bit, if I want to talk about them a little bit more. So you will have outlined boxes for your stamps. The box will be full though. It will not have a space in it because over here there's a space, over here there's a space, there's spaces in different places. What you will be able to do is mask. So we'll talk about masking when we have those, but we're talking about masking a little bit right here. That's what made me kind of think of that. So even if I had stamped up that whole thing, then I would just put that there and then I would be good. So that is the plan. I am going to come back to my library card. And actually this one should be below. This one should be above. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's get this guy over here. Let's figure out where we want in the to be. In the. I need to pull this a little bit closer to myself, okay, guys? Because it is a little bit harder for me to see. So I'm thinking about right there. Look again. In the. If I stamp right on it, that will be good. Okay, so now let's get this guy in place. Oops, too far. That. Actually, I can just move that, can't I? All right. Let's ink up in the, let's not ink up new. Ooh, golly. Let's not ink up news, but I might accidentally get a little bit of black on the N. And so let's also take care of what I just did there, because that's not going to work. That's also when sometimes it's handy to have wipe in your craft room, like little baby wipes or whatever, so you can clean up your hands and then also clean up something like that. So in the, I need to pull this closer to me, you guys, so I can see, all right? So hopefully, I think you can still see if I go that low. I hope. There we go, in the, and now we want to do news below. Okay, I always stand when I'm working. For me, and designing, working, crafting, whatever it is, for me, standing gives me a much better perspective, kind of having a bird's eye view. But when it's here, this is far in front of me. You guys can see it, but it's way far in front of me. So sometimes I have to pull back so I can see what I'm doing a little bit. So now we'll do the same thing, but we'll do it this way. This will go over here. And, oops, news. This needs to come way over. I could just move the card, I guess, huh? There we go. All right. And again, if I can try to be pretty careful, but sometimes it's hard not to get just a little tiny bit as you're trying to get ink on what you want to stamp. It's a little bit hard sometimes to not get ink where you don't want it to be, like on the E. That's why we just bring in our little mask. It needs to come closer to me again. I can't see it well enough. Whoopsie. Like this in the news. There we go, in the news. Woo! All right. Should we see if our ink's dry over here? Let's see what we have. Sharpie test, blurs, okay? My photo marker. Photo marker does not blur. You guys see that? I'm pressing very hard. So, Sharpie blurred. The photo marker did not. Photo marker is designed to, I don't know how it does it, but once it's dry, it will not smear. This is great for writing on photos. So when I say writing on photos, here's an example of an instance when you might write on a photo. Oh, that was the end of the last one. So this was a list we did a couple weeks ago. What I love about dogs. And do you see there was that kind of white space? It's shadow here, sun here. That was a great space for me to do a little bit of journaling. So I just wrote directly on the photo. The key to writing on a photo is using the right pen. That photo signature is designed to not smear. That's why it worked on that little piece of washi. And that's what I needed in order for, in order to be able to write on here. So let's write, if this is in the news. Oh, like, did I already do March? I did not. February. So in the news, so if I want to do this, let's say March. And then if I do this, 23. And then March, I could do an 03 there. Okay. There we go. And then, what if we just do this? Newsworthy. Okay, there we go. All right, so that now it still needs to dry, but once it's dry, it will not smear like we saw. Okay, in the news, here we go. Here we go. This will be the low one, and this will be the high one. So if we wanted, we had some things we pulled out here. I don't know, I could put it there if I wanted, I guess. Like if I wanted to just get something in there, just to, I mean, I know it doesn't really work, but that's okay. It doesn't have to work, right? I can do whatever I want, because I'm the boss of me. What if we did that? Let's do that. That kind of fits right in there. Yes, Valerie just brought up a good point. Valerie said you could put washi over the words you don't want. You could, you just need to find the right washi. A lot of washi is pretty transparent or translucent. So if you are putting your washi, don't ask me why I did that. If you are putting your washi over a word, make sure that it is heavy enough that you're not going to see through it. Does that make sense? That the pattern is heavy enough that you're not going to see through it. I'll just show an example of that here real quick. Let me cut this off. Oh, I don't know if that'll work. Let's just try. Well, guess what? We're just going to do this. Just wrap it around the back. It's translucent enough that I can wrap it around the back. All right, so there we go. Now, let's test that theory. So here we go. I had stamped this before. Let's pretend that I didn't want the word the to be there. So we probably want to find a washi that's a little bit darker, right, in theory. So I'm just going to dig for a minute. Hang on. So this one is black. We could see what happens there, right? So black, we should not see it. Okay, we don't see it if we do it in black. So you go with something dark, right? Red, this is just, I opened up a Christmas drawer, Christmas washi, that the whole drawer is full of Christmas washi, literally. Something like that. Okay, so something like that doesn't work, right? Because you can see the word the through it. So you absolutely could do that. Just maybe before you stamp, root around in your washi to find what would work before you put the word there and then go, oh shoot, I don't have anything to cover it. All right, so in the news for the month of March, now I will write my list. I would like to have a bullet stamp, I believe. Just to separate the things that are going to be on, well, hold on. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can. Oh, actually, I need to separate them because there are things that won't fit on one line. There are some things that are far too long to fit on one line. So when I say bullet stamp, I mean that one or that one. The original Bullets and More, the OG, and Bullets and More 2. So if I wanted something, let's look at Bullets and More 2. Bullets and More 2, a lot more icons. There's a book, there's a pencil, there is, what if we did, well, I was going to say the pencil, but maybe not the pencil, since there's a typewriter there. So maybe none of those. Let's go to original Bullets and More. Hi, Pamela. Oh, isn't that a fun store? Pamela stopped by Firefly Farm in Minneapolis, in Pine Island, Minneapolis, and saw a few of my layouts there on the wall. Yeah, I've taught there a handful of times, twice, soon to be 3 times. I'll be there again this fall. It's a fun store. Okay, what if we just do super basic? What if we just do like the circle? Okay, we'll just do the circle. That's easy. We'll just do the circle. There we go. This one, when we talked before about making sure that your stamps on the back were free of any lint or dust, super important on your little bullet stamps because they are so small that if there's any lint or dust on them, they are not going to stick. So we'll put that on the stamping stylus like so. And I think maybe we'll just do, how about if we do a gray? I'm thinking maybe, what if we do Lost Shadow? Super, super, super light gray, right? Lost Shadow is Tim's newest color. If we do Lost Shadow, that may not be, I don't think it's going to be dark enough. Yeah, I better not do that. We better try, let's try this guy. We will we'll stop by. I'm reading Pamela's message again. Her comment. All right, let's try Hickory Smoke. Oh yeah, that'll be better. That just will be a nice visual separator. Okay, nice visual separator for the items on this list. So going back to my handy dandy notebook, this is where I have my list of newsworthy items that happened in the, these aren't all US. There's one that is not US that happened in the world. Let's bring this over here. Let me move these things so you guys can see the photos as we're going. Alex Murdaugh. Found guilty of murdering his wife, and son. And remember, I am going to refrain from making any comments, all right? No comments, that's just a newsworthy item, and that's what it is. Yes, thank you, Colleen. Colleen said, friendly reminder, hit the like button to give the video a thumbs up. Thank you, Colleen. That is Alex Murdaugh and his younger son and wife that he was convicted of murdering. Not photo, but also on my list, Yosemite National Park closed indefinitely due to snow. So, some things may be more controversial than the others. I'm not going to say which one of those would be more controversial, but for some people, maybe Yosemite being closed indefinitely for snow is controversial. I don't know, maybe that's controversial. I don't know. Just a news event, right? Just a news event. In March, we hit the 100th mass shooting. Oopsie, did a little dot there instead. Guess there was the second train derailment in Ohio. I think what I had done on my list here, because my list on my phone as I add things is happening basically in chronological order. So my list starts at the beginning of the month and I'm adding things, and then it will get to the end of the month as things progressed. 4 people or kidnapped people, U.S. citizens kidnapped in Mexico, and 2 were murdered. Again, please don't think I am cold. Hi, Bonnie. Please don't think I have a cold stone heart because I'm not commenting on any of these things. It's just, like I said, I'm not commenting on them. They are just facts of things that happened. Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Yes, we will for sure. I'll start to work in a good news. Good news. Robert, okay, I'm not saying this is good news. Just stop, separate. We will be doing good newsworthy items on a list in the future. Okay, back to the news. Robert Blake passed away. Beretta. If you remember that series way back in the day. Robert Blake died, 95th Oscars. And the movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, took home 7 awards. Have not seen the movie. Let's see. We have Russia downed U.S. drone strike. No, Russia downed U.S. drone. This is a big one in our state. Again, not saying either way, but Governor Cox, that is our governor here in the state of Utah, was the first state in the country to put a bill into law requiring parental consent to kids' social media use. There's a lot how they got to figure out how they're going to make it work, but that was a newsworthy item because it was first in the state. Utah Governor Cox signed bill into law for parental control over social media use. Alrighty, we are continuing down. Deadly tornadoes. Across the U.S. So originally, it was Mississippi and Alabama, but now they've just been in tons of places in the U.S. So quite a bit of death, which is horrible. Actually, I'm sorry. I did say I was going to refrain from making any comment, so I should not have said that because I shouldn't comment on one and not the other, right? Shouldn't comment on one and not the other. There were massive protests, massive political protests in Israel. And again, obviously none of these are my photos. I just go to Google and Google Silicon Valley Bank and then find a photo and there you go. Let's see, the 6 killed in mass shooting at private school in Nashville. And these are more or less in chronological order because that's how I had, noted them in the list on my phone. I was just adding as the month was going on. So, and under no order of importance, Manhattan, grand jury votes to indict. I don't think I spelled that right. Former President Trump. I want to say INDICT. Is that weird? I think so. Tracy said, haha, someone might be a tornado fan. I know, but I did say, yes, I know, Tracy. I know, I just said, is that INDICT? Yes. I have it written down over here, INDICT. All right, but that's okay. You know what? It's not enough to worry about to do over again, right? The last one that I have on my list for the month is 9 soldiers died in, I'm cutting this short, helicopter crash in Kentucky. 9, there were 2 Black Hawk helicopters that crashed and 9 people died. All right, friends, so there we go. That is my in the news list. And I know it may seem a little odd to you that I have pink and orange over here and then death and destruction and murders and indictments and things like that, bank collapses over here. But that is what I've decided to do over time, that I can, that's how I want to do it. So I'm the boss of me and that's how I do it. All right. You can be the boss of you and decide how you want to do it. Alrighty. Let's see. There's one more thing I'm going to add. I need to put this away. Always a good idea to put your things away when you are done using them, especially your little bullet stamps, because your little bullet stamps will want to, they'll be like the meatball and on top of Old Smoky, all covered with cheese. Creative Cindy said, does your handwriting change as you write a list? I have 2 kinds of handwriting, Creative Cindy. I have print and I have non-print. I won't even call it cursive because it's not cursive, but it totally does. It absolutely does. 100% for me. And you could put that out to anyone else that wants to answer that too. All right, let's get this put away. And then the last thing I'm going to do is come in and Colleen, yes, Colleen said it would be interesting to see in the news lists from Squirrel Squad members and other groups posted in the Facebook group. Yes. So those of you that are international, Canadian, Colleen is Canadian, Canadian, we have Netherlands, we have the UK, we have New Zealand, we have Australia, we have Africa. We have lots of people that are international, and those are just some that I know that I've just off the top of my head that I see here. So if you're international, that would be quite interesting to see, because you always see the US ones. I would love to see those of you that are doing in the news pop into the Facebook group and share your list. That would be awesome. Okay, last thing I want to do, I feel like there is a little bit of space down here at the bottom. I feel like I need a word strip there. Christina says she has to be careful not to get sloppy with her handwriting. For sure, the faster I go, the sloppier it gets. That, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. I'd like a black one, I think. So I'm going to my word strip stickers. These are small talk, and I have tons of word strip stickers on my website, in addition to the highlights word strip stamp that we looked at, because I use them all the time. There's even a little link. One of the links on my website is word strip stickers. That's how many I use. Let's see. This one is totally misprint because it's running off the page. Good things are going to happen. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things. I'm just looking for something that would kind of work, right? Let's see, live gently. How about this one? Live gently upon this earth. That one kind of works. That one kind of works for this, right? That kind of works for this. So that's what I'm going to use. And this will go right there. Okay, look it. Trust me. If something looks blank, if it looks like something's missing, word strip is the answer. So look at there. And now look at how much that changes when I put a word strip right there, right? I promise you can't go wrong with the word strip. There we go. Second list done. Okay, so now we have a couple of shorties, a couple of short lists. We have 2 more lists that we're going to do, and they are 1-pagers. So these will go quite a bit faster. They should go quite a bit faster, I should say, than the ones that we've been working on. So I am going to look at our little photo pen. That's for that type of thing. Writing on washi, writing on a photo, writing on a sticker that has coating on it. That is the trick. And those are on my website. Okay, I'm going to get all of these little things put away. While I do that, I'll just remind you about the prizes again for this, or the giveaways for this video. There are 2. The way that you participate, we're not ending, don't worry. The way you participate in the videos, I'm just filling time while I'm cleaning up. The way that you participate in the giveaways is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat. If you're watching live, you do it on the comment on the video when it is over. Let's see. Hey, that worked. I'm surprised it didn't go flying everywhere. Leave a comment on the video when it's over. And next Saturday, right before we start, I will draw 2 random winners, and they will each win a prize. Whoopsie. So prizes this week, there are 2. One is a little bundle of goodness. That is that 2-piece stamp block set. It's kind of what you need, kind of a good starter kit to get for stamping. So you have the 2-piece stamp block. You have the white block eraser for conditioning your stamps. And then you have the 12x12 microfiber cloth for drying, so you don't get your little lint and dust all over your stamp. Okay, that's one of the prizes, right? The other prize was, oh yeah, the Willy alphabet. The Willy alphabet stamp. That's the one that we used first off. Okay, I need a drink break. I just saw that. Let's have a quick hydration break. Scrapbook Sister 70, she absolutely. Some of you are very, very good about posting your lists in the Facebook group. And Scrapbook Sister does, and I love that. She uses a, is it a Me and My Big Ideas, a Mambi planner? I don't remember what you use. A disc planner, I think, yeah? Creative Cindy, I do. I sell the microfiber cloths. I sell all those things I just showed you on the website. So you'll see that one under the, well, you either go look for microfiber cloth or click that what I'm using link in the description box of the video. Okay, so our next list is every once in a while I like to put a to-do type list in my traveler's notebook. The reason I do that is that's kind of another time capsule, right? I say in a lot of things. You'll hear me say this. My to-do list when I was in high school, very different from my to-do list after I graduated college and went out into the professional world. Very different to when I was a young mom. Very different to when our kids were in high school. Very different now that we're empty nesters and I run my own business. So a to-do list is a great little time capsule. This one is actually not my to-do list. This is what I call a honeydew list. Some of you guys know that term, a honeydew list. That is a to-do list for Nick. Now, I write lists for everything. Literally, I write lists for everything. And everyone in my family knows that if we're talking about something, I make a list. And if the kids are having a problem with something, I'm like, let's sit down and make a list. And if there's some things I want Nick to do, I make a list. Nick does not really like the lists I've learned that I make for him. He's like, don't make me lists. I'm like, but if I need you to do something, then I have to write it down or else I'll forget. He does not like the list. But if it's a honeydew list, and I'm like, honey, I just have some projects I'd like you to do around the house. If you could, here they are, do them when you want. There's no time, there's no pressure, then that's okay. So this is a honeydew list. This could be a shopping list if you want. It could be your to-do list. It could be any type of list. It's just a generic kind of list, but I'm doing a to-do list for this list. Okay, I don't want to put that away yet because I have to clean that still. Let's put this away. All right, so I'm rewinding a little bit. I am going to, no, well, not rewinding too far. I'm pulling out the Stardust collection. Stardust. Here we go. Stardust. And this is a one-pager, so we'll be pretty quick and easy. I need let's just leave this stuff out for a sec. Stardust. That is what I used here, along with the Listening with Lael stamp set to kind of start the intro to this insert. So that'll kind of give you a little bit of a feel for the collection. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this back here. And guess what? It will just pretend like it was March, okay? Because I kind of do chronological. I mean, really, when I wrote the honeydew list for Nick, it was in March. So I'm going to put that here. Some of you are totally fine with doing lists side by side that are completely different collections, right? This is totally different collection. And some of you are not fine by that. He needs a honey done list. There you go. He needs a honey done list. Tracy's Treasure said she just completed the what I'm looking forward to this winter list. That's awesome. I love that. Really quickly, there is Jennifer's. She's starting on her Traveler's Notebook next week. I love that. And that's the kind of thing you just got to dig in. Just dig in and go. Mandy, I missed this before and I had to come back to it. Mandy said it's only taken 3 years of watching. She just finished her first list. I love that for you, Mandy. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. There's one more page I'm going to show you in the idea book, you guys, okay? One more page. So I am pulling out a different version. This is printed large, so let me get to where it needs to be. Remember, when I show you this is not, this is just printed on my printer. It will not look like this. It won't be loose. It's just so you know. So towards the very beginning of the book, look at what you'll have. All of the 2020 listing topics. You then have all of the 2021 listing topics, and you also have all of the 2022 list topics. So you have all of those for reference at the very start of the idea book. Hi, Ariana. I was just talking about you. Well, I was talking about you earlier, and saying how if you were doing a life lessons list, your list might be very different than my list just because of our age difference. And how it's fun then to do that type of list, a life lessons list, at different times of your life. I think rainbows are good. I think the rainbow paper. So this is Stardust. Also linked under that, if you click in the description box of the video that says what I'm using, then it will take you to the page of things I'm using. Love this one, those little houses, like a row of houses in the kind of, what is that word? I don't know, never mind. All right, so I am going to use that one, the rainbows. And we'll go here. And I can maybe find a little sticker or two to go with it. All right, let's move this off to the side for a bit. We might need those fun little epoxy stickers. All right, move this off to the side. And I am going to trim this down to 4 3/4 because that's what I always do when I'm starting with a 6x8 piece of paper. I trim down to 4 3/4, so it's now 4 3/4 by 8, and I round the outside corners. That gives me a nice little border all the way around. So that will go there. And then we go here. Oh, I love that. I love that, Ariana. Ariana said she's been busy. She's making a scrapbook for her best friend's birthday. I love that. I think that's so cool that you do that. I just love that so much. Ariana, if you haven't met Ariana before, is she's young. She's a young lister. She's 15. So we love that she does this with us. All right, so I think that could work. Then we can still see some little rainbows in there. I will just use my little pencil to make a mark here. Maybe like right there. Ariana, she would love to, but she is not allowed to have any social media. So Ariana, if you would be open to this, if you are comfortable, and if you wanted to email me your list, if you wanted to email that to me, I could post it in the Facebook group, pictures, or a picture of it. I could post it in the Facebook group and everyone could see it. And then I could tell everyone it was yours. And then I could maybe do a screenshot or two and send it back to you so you could see what people were saying if you wanted, but no pressure. Okay, here we go. Do a little outline here. And I am going to pull out some letter stickers for the title. Letter stickers for the title. Very excited for this. Simple Stories has a really big release coming out in June. They have added pretty significantly to Linda. Yes, my handy dandy notebook. That is the Listing with Lael workbook, and it is on my website. Yep. You'll see that on the What I'm Using page on my website as well. That's always there because I use it every time. But that's how I plan for all of our sessions, and there's lots of goodness in there. Anyhow, I use the Simple Stories alphabet sticker books quite a bit in my lists for my titles. They have, I want to say, 5 new colorways coming out. So you better believe I will have them. They've got some really cool things coming out. So let's look for, I think maybe, well, you know what? Green could be kind of fun. Maybe we should do green. Maybe this green in brights. Let's look. Let us look. Someone did something very clever, I thought. Okay, so that green does not really work. Although it would probably work. Probably is fine. I'm going to use it. Somebody did something very clever, I thought, that I saw in the Facebook group a while back. You know how I swatch my inks and I swatch my pens and pencils? She had done a page in her traveler's notebook or her swatching book, whatever she was using to swatch. And she had taken a letter or a sticker from all of the sticker books that she had, so that she could, so like in this case, if I'm looking for a green, all I would have to do is pull out that page and go, okay, there it is, instead of, does this one work? Does this one work? Does this one work? Going through all of them. So your swatching really comes in handy for a lot of different things, right? That was pretty smart. Pretty smart. All right. I think I'm going to stick with this green, unless, let's look at one more. There's so many greens to choose from. No, that green is way too like army green. And this bold, did I already have bold? No. There are 8 or 9 of these that I have of the sticker books. Oh yeah, no, that's like another army green. Okay, 8 or 9, there's spring, fall, summer, winter, brights, bolds, lights. Yeah, there's lots. So I think we decided, oh yeah, we're going with this one. That's the brights. Even though the color's kind of not there here, it will work. And I'll show you why it's going to work. Whoopsie. It needs to go back here. Yes, Ariana. Okay, good. Yes, please. Send it to me in email, send photos, and then I will post it in the Facebook group on your behalf. And then I will also, after a while, send you a screenshot of the comments that people left. So I'm thinking maybe, see these little houses that were on the Stardust sticker sheet? These are kind of things that I want Nick to do around the house. So that might work, right? If we did this, and then we did these little guys, maybe right across the bottom, like this. Yes. Okay, let's do it. Let's just do it. Because this will be, this is going to be, our last 2 lists will be pretty quick. Pretty quick. Some of you know that reference. Pretty quick. All right, here we go. These little guys, or maybe, yes, I like it this way. So we'll do these guys here. I'd like that little roof to just roof. Won't Nick be happy? His honeydew list can only go, it can only fit so much. Isn't he lucky? I could do more pages though, right? I could do more pages. Okay, let's see. Was that the one I wanted? Was that the right green? I don't think it was now. That is not the right green. I grabbed the wrong book. We need, I think, the bright green. No, I don't know. It may not work now. Yes, the boho, Jessie. Yep, that's those sticker books. The new sticker books they have coming out are going to be pretty awesome. And you know I'll carry all of them because, you know. Well, it kind of goes, but kind of not, but. Okay, hold on. I might be changing my mind now. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What about the blue? Oh, that blue's in here. Same blue. Let's look. Maybe we like the blue better. The blue? Honeyed. Oh, okay. Next list is short, exactly. Yes, Pam, it's from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Pretty. In fact, I've never even seen it. We have friends that love that show. And he all the time is like, pretty. Good. Yeah, so, all right, we're using this one. Did you notice how before I ever started pulling out any of the letters, I had to make sure that I had all the letters for my list? It's a good idea to do that first, right? Good idea to do that first before you get too deep. All right, now I'm going to take my little handy dandy ruler and I'm going to line up the letters. So I'm using that horizontal line on the ruler to line up my letters. That way they'll be straight. So I use my little ruler for 2 reasons when I do this. The first one is to line things up so that they're straight. And then I'll show you the other reason in a minute when we get there. These little 6-inch rulers I have on my website, they're pretty handy dandy. Not only for doing this, but I use these a lot when I'm outlining. If I'm trying to make boxes, sometimes I will outline with a ruler. the box. And that's nice that they're 6 inches because they're 6 inches because we're working in a smaller space on a traveler's notebook, so they're a little bit narrower. That just reminded me, I was going to tell you something that Susan Scally posted in the Facebook group the other day that she had done. You guys know how I do my outlining on everything. She took the pencil board and used it to outline her page with the pencil board. So thought that was kind of a clever way to do that if you wanted. So she just went like this and then moved it over and went like this and had her nice little outline. All right, Honey, honeydew list. He's very handy. Nick is very, very, very handy. Cindy, off topic, is the black marker that you use to write on photos called the Zig Photo Signature Pen. It is the Zig Photo Signature Marker. That's what I was using a few minutes ago to write on that sticker. Honeydew. Honeydews. I think technically, I don't know if you can go look up honeydew and see if it has a little hyphen in between there. I don't know. It might. Honeydew. Not like the fruit. Not like the fruit honey. Yes, or it could be spelled H-U. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my gosh, I am a ding-a-ling. I don't think you spell honey that way. Oh, that's not how you spell honey. I mean, that's how you spell. Did you hear? I was just headed that way. I'm like, no, I wouldn't spell it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I spelled it like the food. Honey. Hunny. I don't know. How do I spell it? Oh, for the sake of time, I'm just going to put the O back. It's a honeydew. I don't know. I've done a honeydew list in our listing before. I'd have to look at the idea book to see how I did it, how I spelled honeydew. That's so funny. That's hilarious. I could right? You know what? It's your list. You can do whatever you want. We put whatever we want on there. Honeydew. Let's do this. This is what I'm going to do. Since I don't have a ton of room. Oh, here's my other thing I use the ruler for. I know, Hunny. I know, right? I know. Okay. It's okay. All we have to do is replace 2 stickers. The H and the E, and then it's swapped out very easily. Right? Honey. I use the word honey a lot. Like this word, honey. H-U-N, oh, no, I don't. H-U-N-N-Y. Oh, yeah. H-U-N-N-Y. Right? There we go. That's not too painful. We just had to replace 2. H-U-N-N-Y. Oh, darn it. Okay, guess what? I do not have another N, but I do, because I'm going to cheat. Right? Even after I told us, double check to make sure you have enough stickers. I'm cheating because guess what? I have 2. Now, I probably could figure out how to, some people say Frankenstein, but I probably could figure out how to create another N out of other letters that I have, but I won't do that. We'll just open up my other book here and grab another N. If you missed it, as I've been working with these stickers, there we go, honeydew. In the sticker books, 12 sheets, each color has 2 sheets of stickers. So 6 colors per book. Each sheet has 2 colors. 2 sheets. Large alpha, small alpha, and then your little kind of little blocks or whatever. Okay, here we go. Honeydew. There we go. Now, this is the other reason why I, is it? Okay, we've got 2 words. We've got 2 words to spell honey. The other reason I put it on a ruler is then I can figure out where I want it to go, right? Do I want it over here? Do I want it over here? Do I want it down here? Probably want it here. I probably want it centered. So that lets me move that around until I decide where center is. then all I do is press down the tops of those stickers and gently roll the ruler out from underneath. And there is even and centered. So this is what I'm going, oh, don't use that. Well, put that out of the way. I'm going to write Nick's Honeydew List. Nick's Honeydew List. And then I will do my little separator so that there is a separator between my title and what's on the list. All right, so this is going to be a very simple list. Now, I pulled out these little epoxy stickers. Let's see if I want to use these. Let's see if I want to use these. So, oh, I totally can. So, what was making me think about using these? You have to be careful about adding dimension in your traveler's notebook. The reason is that in the future, you can run into a problem, because if I add those here, if I were to be doing something here and trying to stamp here, it would be a little bit bulky underneath. But I'm okay because I've already done this page. Now, in the future, let's say if I was working on this list, I wouldn't have to worry about that extra bulk, because that's when I'd put my pencil board here and then do my stamping and I would be fine. So here we go. I can already tell you that's going to go back. That's going to go back to Honey. It just looks different to me. Okay, so I am okay with using these little guys. I think these little guys could be quite fun. Should we do pink ones? These little things? You notice how I have my my little tweezers out? It makes it a lot easier to grab a hold of those. All right, so let me see how many things I have on the list for Nick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see, maybe they all don't make it to the list. Yes, tweezers, the reverse grip tweezers make it much easier to do those. Okay. Just had to make sure that I was good size-wise. Oh yeah, maybe they'll work. I probably have plenty. Maybe this list needs to be longer. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I wanted, I could just use bullet stamps, or I could use a dot marker. I could use lots of things for this. They're a little bit different in size. Oh, I'm going to be writing very small this way. All right, I'm going to change. I'm going here, and I'm going to split the difference. So if I have 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 6-ish in the middle. Let's look. That looks like about the middle. Let's see if we have room for that now. I didn't have to be as close. I was worried about not having enough room, but I think we're fine here. Then you would have to see my handwriting change, because I would have to write in very much print and smaller. My writing, the boys tell me, sometimes is very difficult to read. The faster I go, for sure. It's concentrating. I'm concentrating. Dead air. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, now we get a little bit closer together. The puffy stickers, Creative Cindy. These are, it's Stardust. It's the Stardust collection. These little puppies. They're epoxy stickers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy, now I'm, yep. Now I'm a little bit too far apart, aren't I? And I know I just counted, but I'm counting again. All right, let me see if I can do this and like shove another one up in there. Oh my gosh, come on. Come on, come on. So sometimes you guys say, oh my gosh, stamping takes forever. I tell you, I'd be done with the stamping by now. I would be done with the stamping, wouldn't I? Let's put a little teeny guy in here. Maybe that will fit. We'll just space it out a teeny bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right, there we go. Those are cute. They're a little sparkly to them too. All right, so now let me just move 1 or 2. There's a lot of space in between them now. Oh, it's like watching paint dry, isn't it? You're like, just get over it already. What did you do today? Oh, I watched some lady place stickers for 82 minutes. Some lady, that's me, some lady. All right, we're almost there, you guys. And then this list will be done. Well, I've got to add the things to his list in case you were wondering what they are. Now, I will tell you, he has another list like that I wrote on a piece of paper. Although, the first time I did this, a honeydew list like this for him, I'd made one and I hadn't done it. I hadn't written it down. So he just took a picture of the list and then that was his list. All right, here we go. Here we go. First thing on his list, I'm happy to tell you, since I wrote the list, he has done some of these. Touch up on the ring panel. Touch up paint. He's done that. Recalc. The kitchen counters where they butt up to the backsplash. Tighten the master tub faucet. We have one of those freestanding tubs, and then the faucet comes out of the floor. And so it ends up being, I don't know, maybe like 3 feet tall. And so it was always been a little wobbly. And so, yeah, tighten that. Hang the doors. Hang the extra doors in the garage. We just had really awesome black glass steel frame black doors put in my office, in my craft room, same thing. And so we took the doors that were here and hung them in the garage, because if we ever move and somebody decides they would rather have those old doors, then they are here. So they're hung out of the way in the garage. Paint the original doorbell plate. This is another time capsule, you guys, right? Install outdoor ring camera. Add shelf lights in the shipping room. Okay, almost done. Clean the garage. I always say, oh no, I'll do it. I'll clean the garage. And yeah, no, he does not want me to do that. Does not want me to clean the garage, because you know what I would do? Pull up the big blue garbage can. Yard clean up. Let's see. Noelle said, do you come back and check off the ones that your husband completed? These will all be completed. They will all be completed. Creative Cindy said, do you add products to the list on YouTube? The products that I've used? Clarify a little bit more, Creative Cindy. Drawer stoppers in the bathroom, and some under sink drawer thingies that I have. And he doesn't know about this one yet. Paint the front door. Okay, there we go. So to date this one, I will just do I'm just going to do here. And I'm saying it was March because really that's when I wrote the list. And guess what? It doesn't matter. No one is going to come back 8 years down the road and go, Lil, I believe you did this list in April, not in March. Yeah, not going to matter. So there we go. Quick and easy, except I'm just going to do it. I'm just really quick. I learned a lesson, a very valuable lesson for myself. Very rarely anymore do I not finish a list when we are working on Saturdays, because when it came time to mail off all of my traveler's notebooks to be photographed, there were quite a few spots where I had never gone back and finished the list. And guess what? I can't very well have things in the idea book that aren't finished, right? So I had to go back and finish them. I will tell you though, what made it really nice was that the ones I hadn't finished, where I still had to add some things to the list, I was able to go back to my handy dandy workbook, and the things were still on my list in there. I just had, not finished my list. So that was kind of helpful. There's the original O, and here's the original E. There we go. Honeydew list. Okay. One last thing. I'm thinking now that I look at it, we kind of have this little place there. But I think things are not going to look right. I'm just going to add it. It fills that place. It's not perfect because we've got this little, guess what? When in doubt, what do I need? When in doubt, because I'm like, I have this little space there. It looks funny. When in doubt, I am going to pull out a highlight word strip stamp, and I will stamp right there, and then we will be good. This happened. Oh yeah, that was hard. Balance, time to relax, not for Nick, maybe for me. No, the here and now. There we go. Let's do that. So I will just fill that little space in, and it will be perfect. Where'd it go? Here it is, the here and now. So I need my little stamping block. Word strip. Yep, word strip. The products that you didn't plan on using. Okay, remind me what I did not. Remind me what. Actually, let's do this, Cindy. Shoot me an email. And anything that you are looking for and not sure where to find it, send me an email, tell me what it is, and then I will, I'll send you links. Okay, here we go. The here and now. Oh, don't do that, Lil. Don't do that. You're going to regret it. You are going to regret it. Do as I say, not as I do. Test it first. Okay, it's good. Always test. Much better to realize that it was fuzzy or something was wrong with it before I stamped here. The here and now. There we go. Okay. Yes. Email me. Perfect. All right. Done, and done. All right. Let's clean that little guy off, and we are ready for our last list, our fourth list. Our fourth list for the day is called Today Looks Like This. Now, we just did Today Looks Like This a couple weeks ago. This is a list that I do once a month, but I keep doing Today Looks Like This towards the end of the month. And so I am running out of those numbers. And I thought, well, I need to switch it up so I can use other numbers. So the whole idea behind Today Looks Like This is to take a day, one day, a month, not the same day, definitely different day, and just make a list of what you did that day. Okay? Make a list of what you did that day. And guess what? Before you say, Lil, my life is boring, I don't do anything. You wake up, you eat. You could talk about, I ate this for breakfast, I ate this for lunch, I ate this for dinner, I read this book, I watched this movie, I went to work, I had this meeting at work. It could be anything. The whole point of it is to just document whatever it is, whatever happened in your day, because it is like a little glimpse into your life. Another total time capsule, because as with quite a few of the lists we've done today, if I had done a time capsule list that, you know, today is the day. If I had done that 20 years ago, it would have been totally different. If I had done that when our kids were little, oh, you better believe it would have been different. My Saturday would be spent the day at the football field. That is all. No, some days felt like that. But I always use the same type of product every time that I do this list. I use the same 3 things. Ouch. Oh, glad I didn't break that. I use the 2023 month die cuts, linked in the description box of the video. I use the Cocoa chipboard numbers from Felicity Jane, also linked. And I use the, oh goodness, well, where is that? Oh my heavens. Okay, hang on. Hang on. We have a slight problem. We are not seeing, where the heck would that be? Well, friends, guess what? Let me just check in one more place. That is the evergreen bin. Let me look and see if it's in that one that we used last time I did that list. If not, oh, I'm a genius. Well, I'm a genius, but not a genius, but a genius. So when I did this list, I used the Flower Market collection from Pink Fresh. Look where the list is, the book is. The book's in there. What was I doing? I don't know. I put some things away that shouldn't go there. All right, there we go. All right, this is the key. That 4x6 pad, that is the key. That 4x6 pad is, today looks like this, okay? Today looks like this. So I started doing this, the first time I did this was December of last year. So now I have a December, a January, February, and March, and this will be April. So I have 5 days, 5 different months where it's just a list of things that I did. So this today looks like this. All 3 of these products that I use linked in the description box of the video when you click on what I'm using. This is the base of the list. Wait, did I do a, oh yes, I do a pattern paper. So this guy will go right here. And I am using Parasol. This was where I'm going back a little bit. I'm going to Parasol. The reason I'm going to Parasol is when we were working with Parasol, there was a paper in here that I was like, oh my gosh, I love this paper. I need to use this paper. And now I'm coming back to use the paper. And it is this one. That I loved the lemon. So that is going to be the base of my list. I will save this out off to the side because I will need some other things from there. This will be the base of my list. This fun, cute little lemons. We will trim to go in there. Let's see, 4 3/4. Actually, I kind of creased that, so we'll just do this. Trim to 4 3/4, and that will go here. Now, again, even though this is just a 1-page list, I could use this one over here and do a totally different list, but they kind of go together now because I've used my extra. Let's round these 2 outside corners. Since it is a left page facing list. So this is what we start with, and I'll just pull this little page out again so we have it for reference. Then I need April. So the 2023 month die cuts have, I don't know, like 12, 24, like 28 pieces, I think. For each month, you have 2 versions. You have the script version, and then you also have the block font version. So you have 24, 2 each of 12 different months, and then you have a couple of the years die cuts. So I've been using that. Really, with this pack, you could do 2 years worth of, these lists. So you could do your, the 1 year could be those, the script, and then the second year, using the same die cut pack, could be the block font. What did I do with those little 2023s? And then the 2023s I haven't used, but you have 4 of those. 2 whites and 2 blacks in different sizes. All right, so that is one thing I use. That will go up here. The next thing I use is one of these numbers. Now, I need to go March. Remember this, you guys? Remember last week when I had done the 24th twice? And then I had to, I know you guys are like, I opened another pack because I had another pack right here. So I opened another pack because I needed to do the 24 again. And you guys were like, oh my gosh, you could have put the 2 and the 4 together. Yes, I could have. I wasn't even thinking, but that's okay. So this was from the 5th. All right. So this was April 5th when I did this. So there's the 5. This was the thing that I suggested you do. In your package, you come back and you say, you write down the numbers that you've used so that you remember what you've used and you don't do what I did and accidentally do the same day. Because what I found was I can't remember what I had for breakfast today, let alone to go back 3 or 4 days and remember all the things that would be on my list for what I did that day. So once I decide that that's the day and I write everything down that day, that's the day. So this was the 5th. I did this on the 5th of April. And then now we can kind of keep them about a month apart. So then next time I could do the 9th or something like that. Okay, there we go. Now what I remembered last time, which I said I would make sure that I remember to tell us this time. I remembered last time, that's gonna have to move a little bit. So be a little bit off center. So we'll deal with that. Normally I use that highlights word strip stamp and I stamp something right there. You need to do that if you're following along with me before you place your chipboard number, because the chipboard number has a little bit of dimension to it, right? It's maybe like 1/8, probably not even 1/8 inch thick, but it has a little bit of dimension. If you put this down and then try to stamp, your stamp is going to get in the way of that. So I want to stamp before I put that on. So let's go ahead and get this guy ready. When I did it for December, it was a 2-page list. The right-facing page was just totally decorative. It didn't have anything on it. You can decide if you want all of your lists to be doubles. Then you just do something on the next page, another list or a different type of list, or just have it be blank or a decorative, or do 2 days in a row, or whatever you want to do. If you want to make them, that's not straight. There we go. If you want to make them double facing. All right, so April. Now I need a glue pen for that because it's going to be way too hard for my tape runner to get in there. Oh, my tummy's grumbling. Good thing I'm not hangry. Not hangry, but hungry. All right, there we go. My little glue pen makes it a lot easier to get the adhesive on that. And we flip that over. And let's just figure out where we can put that, where it's okay-ish, right? Okay-ish. There we go. It's not quite centered, but guess what? It is what it is. It is what it is, because I have to make sure not to cover that up. Then we come in and we outline. Okay, question. John Westfall. Is it John or is it someone using John's YouTube? I always wonder that when I see what appears to be a masculine name. Most of the time, every once in a while, there's a man. But most of the time, it is a female using someone in the family's YouTube. So I'm just curious. John's mom, there we go. See, yep, I thought so. Okay, here we go. So the 5 will go there, but remember, I'm not going to put the 5 down yet. I want to stamp. I need to stamp first. So let's grab, we've been using that highlight stamp quite a bit today. Sometimes I forget, because I use word strips all the time. Sometimes I forget that I have these. for the record, life documented, the best of times, more of this please, happy days ahead, what it's all about. These you guys are totally generic. They're totally generic, and they're designed for you to be able to use on really anything. They're kind of fillers, right? A word strip stamp would be a filler. So these are all totally generic. Those of you that did have done the 2023 year in review project with me, if you weren't aware, that would probably be okay. The word strip stickers that you have in that kit, they are custom made for me from Pretty Little Studio, but I gave her all the words to do because what I wanted, and then created the stamp set. So the words are the exact same in the stickers as they are with those guys. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, Pretty Little Studio, you guys. Later this month, I believe, so later April, I will have, as soon as she starts shipping, her brand new Sun Kissed summer collection. Oh my goodness. It is stunning. It's so pretty. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. So we're just going to do this right here. We'll move that just in case. What it's all about. And the 5 goes here. So this is another one of those. Doing a list like this, you guys, super, super, super easy. Because basically the design is already done for us, right? We use the same design every month. So all we have to do is pick the background paper that we want and then write our list. Really, that's pretty much all we have to do. Okay, now date. I use my little roller date stamp. I need to make sure to change it to April 5 because today is the 8th and I already did the 8th, but really this is April 5th. April 5th, we'll just do that right there. That's good. Okay, April 5th, right in my little date. Okay, and then mood. I don't know. Mood on April 5th was, actually, you know what my mood on April 5th, I'm just going to put this in there. My mood on April 5th, I'm going to say it's balance. April 5th, Wednesday, I had mentioned earlier, other than shipping orders on Tuesday and Wednesday, it's kind of, I mean, I did a little bit more, but kind of not a whole lot of work happening that day. I was so burnt out from all day Sunday. Actually, Saturday after we listed, I was working on the idea book all day Sunday and Sunday night, and then all day Monday. So I'm like, I need a break. So this mood for April 5th was a little bit more balance because I didn't work the whole time. I did a few errands and things like that. Yes. All right. Jessie said it's her 3rd year doing year in review, but no layout kit the 1st year. I know, because you know what? I didn't do a kit that 1st year. And then I'm like, well, duh, I should do a kit. So we're on our 3rd year of doing it, but 2nd year of having a kit. All right, here we go. Clean that off and put it away. Your little stamps, good idea to put them away right away because they'll escape and then you'll be wondering, you'll be unbalanced because your balance stamp will be gone. All right, so now this is a list. That's what I always check. I always check list. And then, oh, guess what? All right, let's look at our bullet stamps. There's some fruit, there's some citrus. We actually used one of the citrus. Let me look, let's see if we have we do have a lemon. Look we have a little lemon right there. Last month when we did this, I did the little lime slice, citrus slice, right? That could be lime, lemon, grapefruit, orange, whatever. But now I have that little lemon. So I will use the little lemon. I want to show you guys something. I think it was Martine that came up with this. I thought this was genius. So someone asked last week, when you have a stamp like that, that has, you want it like the same angle every time, or you want it the same direction every time, or whatever it is, how do you know where to hold it when you're using the stamping stylus, right? Because it could be going a whole bunch of different ways if you change the, if you just kind of move it around. And so what she said that she did, she said she took a sticker. I have to think about this for a minute. She said she took a sticker, and let me see if I have just a sticker in here that this would work with. I need a flat sticker. I haven't tried this yet, so we'll see. She took a sticker. Let's try this little guy. And she put the sticker right here. So put the sticker right here at the bottom. See how that little gold flower sticker is right there. So if I always keep the same orientation of that flower sticker, I know exactly where to stamp every time, because that flower sticker is always in the same place. Does that make sense? Let me get these out of here and I will show you. I think we want a yellow. We probably should just use fossilized amber again, because that's probably around here somewhere, right? Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, come on. I didn't put them away. They're not on the floor. Where are they? Hold on, friends. Where did it go? Oh, wait. Did I put it away? I did put it away. Good for me. I put it away. All right, here we go. Tracy said genius level tip. I agree. Not my tip. I will not take credit for it, but I will benefit from the tip. Yes, that was Martine. And here's the thing, you guys. That is the perfect thing for the Facebook group. If you're not in the Facebook group and you're on Facebook, come be in the Facebook group. Because Martine was on last Saturday. She was doing what you guys are all doing, and she heard somebody say that. So she did a great post in the Facebook group out of the kindness of her own heart, saying, hey, I thought about it, and this is what I'm doing. So now this may be, I don't know if I have it at the right angle where I want it, but let's just see. Let me get some, well, let's see. So there we go. Oh, perfect. Look. Oh my gosh, that is such a genius tip. Look it's that same exact angle every time. Because I'm just making sure that my flower is in the same position every time. All right, here we go. So let me just make sure how many things I have on my list. I try to, since I do this every month now, I try to make sure that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9. So we just won't go in the last line. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That second one I pressed way too hard. 5, 6, 7. I also put it way too far. 8, 9. There we go. Okay. There are my little bullets. Oh, that just reminded me. That happened last week. Do you guys remember that? It happened last week. I don't remember what stamp it was, and guess what? I never went and found it. I never looked for it. It bounced right off the table, and I never looked for it. Oh boy. One of these days, I'll be like, where is it? And you'll be like, oh yeah, remember that one time when you dropped it on the floor and didn't find it? The very first thing I did outside of getting up on Wednesday the 5th was to shovel 1 foot of snow. I shoveled 1 foot of snow. It was a lot of snow. I showered. I was very sweaty from shoveling the 1 foot of snow. I picked orders. Picked and packed, I guess. Picked and packed, kind of understood. Orders. I'll just do this. So sweaty. Then, oh yes, guess what? Hi, Nancy Stone. I had a manicure, pedicure. See, balance, right? Balance after lots and lots and lots of days working many, many hours. Little balance. Manicure, pedicure. Then I ran a bunch of errands. I went to the post office. I went to UPS. UPS for Amazon returns. I went to the car wash because when you, I did Nick's car because, anyhow, Nick's car. I went to the pharmacy. And then that night we did What's New Wednesday? What's New Wednesday? There we go. Okay, so totally basic, right? Now, if I want, I could go back to Parasol and look, little lemon sticker. A little lemon sticker. What if we go right about there? Okay, cute and done. Cute and done, and that's a day. Okay, that is a day, and that is a day. Another day in 2023 that is documented. Now, when I do my list, you guys, whenever I start a new one, I just keep going. Here's an idea for you. If you are doing, have been doing, or even want to start doing the 2023 year in review, during class, I talk about skipping a page between each month because you have room to skip a page between each month in your insert and to be able to get all the way through the end, skipping a page. This could be a fun page to do. Like this was my sample, so they're photos from last year because April's not over yet, but look I could do something like that. If I'm doing, like today looks like this, that concept, I could do that in between each month. So you'd have April, and then you'd have a day in April. You could do in the news in between as well. So there's a couple lists that we've done today that you could work into that project. Alrighty, so this guy is coming right here. There we go. 4 lists. We did our 4 lists. Look in about 4 hours. The first 2 lists took much longer than the second 2 lists, but that's all right. Yes, Louisa, exactly. Louisa said, I love this list. When you look back years from now, it'll be a fond memory. Exactly. The other thing that you could do, you could have a whole traveler's notebook insert that's just these, right? It could just be each month. So you'd have, I can't remember how many spreads there are in here, 24. So it could be 2 years full of just that. Or you could also take pictures from that day and you could have a 2-page spread. Yes, thumbs up, everyone. Thank you, Creative Cindy. Thank you for the reminder. Did I put the bullets on this carrier sheet from the, did I put the bullet stamp back? I certainly did. Yes, thank you for the reminder, but I did. Yes. Okay, guys. So that wraps it up for today. So I am going to I forgot. I left on the overhead lights the whole time. Usually I turn those off because they give us a little bit of a glare sometimes. All right, turning off the overhead lights. And, I love that, Anne. Anne said, I wish we could add another thumbs up every hour. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. All right, here we go. Flipping, rotating, 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right, friends. I've been trying to get in the habit of bringing the list up to the camera so you can see it. But usually when it's down here, not when it's right here. But there's that one. And there is that one, are in the news. Okay. And then there is our fun, groovy Flower Child Life Lessons using the Willie stamp set. And then here is the one that we just almost finished before, the Honeydew list. Okay, so there you go. Those were our 4 lists for today. Okay, friends, a couple housekeeping. Remember 2 prizes today. One is the Willie, the brand new Willie alphabet stamp set, your 6x8 stamp set. The other one is a little kind of almost stamping starter kit. It has 2 of the acrylic stamping blocks. The white block eraser for conditioning. I always do that. For conditioning your stamp sets, keep the head straight. For conditioning your stamp sets, and then the microfiber cloth for cleaning, drying off. I guess you could use the microfiber cloth to clean, but I would use a stamp chamois or a regular chamois that you get at the, for cars, or alcohol-free baby wipes or whatever, even a paper towel, but don't use them. I wouldn't use the microfiber cloth for that. Because you want to be able to dry with it. Unless you have 2, then you could use one for, anyhow. So 2 prizes. The way that you participate in the prizes is to leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, leave a comment on the video when it's over. Saturday morning before we start again on the 15th, we'll be together again, April 15th. This week is the 3rd of 8 straight weeks in a row that we are listing. So on the 15th, that morning before we start, I will draw 2 random lucky winners, and I will respond to their comment and then also announce them here. Couple more housekeeping items. Save the date. Saturday, May 6th is International Scrapbook Day. There'll be another all-dayer that we do here on my YouTube channel. So we'll do lists, we'll do a little bit of memory keeping. I am going to work a little bit in my little A6 traveler's notebooks using some of the little inserts that I have, like the trip one and the road trip one and the concert one. So we'll do just a little bit of that. We'll do some memory. We'll do all the things like we normally do, demos and things like that. So that is May 6th, International Scrapbook Day. Big sale that day as well. So I've got some fun things that are not on the website yet. Really good sale, always on International Scrapbook Day. And then also the idea book, the brand new Listing with Lael idea book will come out that week. So maybe a couple days earlier that week, but I'll show it to you, show it to you that day. So that'll be something fun. The early summer Traveler's Notebook Kit is now up on the website for pre-order. It has a little coming soon image. I need to design that tomorrow, so you will see that image either tomorrow, pop up there at some point, or Monday, but you can order that now. If you've already ordered the This Is Me Traveler's Notebook Kit, so if you have an order that's waiting and you want to add that to the order, just shoot me an email and I will add that to the order, and those will both ship at the same time. What's New Wednesday? We'll do What's New Wednesday this week and do a deep dive into the 6 new stamp sets, and also, hopefully, crossing fingers if I can get the technology to work, have Christine of Pop Daisy Art. She is the very talented artist, amazing woman that I collaborated with on my 6 new stamp sets. She is the one that hand drew all those. So very exciting. That is the plan. So that's kind of the plan for the next week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you celebrate Easter, have a wonderful day tomorrow. I hope you get a little bit of rest this weekend, a little bit of playtime, whatever makes you happy. I hope that you make time for it this weekend. Let me do a little quick check on the chat. Yes, lots of happy Easters. Oh, thank you. Nancy said she likes my top. Thank you, thank you. All right, guys, I think that we will wrap up with that. So thank you. And I will see you, if not Wednesday, hopefully I will see you next Saturday. Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye. Again.